and posted on the City of Trenton website. Formal action will be taken. Roll call, Ms. Carter.
Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson.
Present.
Councilman Harrison. Councilman Michelle.
Present.
Councilman Rodriguez.
Present.
Councilwoman Vaughn. Councilwoman Vaughn. Councilwoman Wilkins.
Present.
Council President McBride.
Present.
Councilman Harrison.
Yes, Councilman Harrison. Thank you.
Councilwoman Vaughn. Excuse me, Mr. Kaloji. Mr. Cruz.
Present.
Mr.
Good evening,
Pelosi.
everyone.
Good evening. Did Mr. Kaloji respond?
No, he did not. Mr. Cherry.
I'm present. Good evening.
Mr. Liston.
Present.
Mr. Bridges.
Present.
Mr. Wilson.
Present.
Mr. Douglas.
Good evening, Present.
Mr. Daniels.
Present. Good evening.
Dr. Lopez.
Good evening. I'm present.
Mr. Onateri.
Present.
Ms. Richardson. Mr. Lavenberg.
Present.
And Mr. Zelinski.
Present.
Yeah. Did Mr. Kaloji enter? Okay. I'll do the invocation.
Yeah, go ahead and do the invocation, and I'll try to get Mr. Kaloji in. He says it's there. Wait to be admitted. Let me try to get him in. All right, go ahead with the invocation and flag salute.
Okay. Almighty God, who holds the fate of man and nation, we most humbly beseech thee to bless this our city, these deliberations, and these thy servants, that they may act with wisdom and understanding for the good of our community and our greater glory. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Communications and petitions should be noted for the record. The redevelopment presentation is being rescheduled. Do you want to go into closed session now or towards the end of the meeting?
No, Ms. Carter, because this is a combined meeting, everything has to be voted on as we go along. This is a combined meeting. And no, because we don't have any outside attorneys, we could move the executive session to the end of the session.
Okay. So I'd like to open a capital ordinance, declare open a public hearing on a capital ordinance providing for the rehabilitation of Greenwood Avenue. So I'd like to open a capital ordinance. I'm sorry, do you want me to continue?
I need the outside.
You look like a bug.
Excuse me.
Like bugs like you.
Do you want me to continue?
No. I need to 609, 209. They need to mute themselves. I should not have to ask the public to mute themselves during the council meetings until public comment. Go right ahead, Ms. Carter, you may continue.
Okay, I'd like to declare open a public hearing on an ordinance, capital ordinance, providing for the rehabilitation of Greenwood Avenue and Chestnut Avenue by and in the city of Trenton, in the county of Mercer, state of New Jersey, appropriating $1,308,281 to pay for the costs thereof, which amount will be funded by New Jersey Transportation Trust Fund grants received or expected to be received by the city, State of New Jersey Department of Transportation. And ask if anybody wishes to speak to the ordinance.
Second.
You're moving it.
So Ms. Carter, let me ask you a question.
Yes, ma'am.
For the communications and petitions, did you take that to a vote?
Well, all I
You
did
have
was
to-
note it. No, I did not take it to a vote. Normally, it's just noted for the record.
Okay. I thought that they had to be accepted.
Oh, okay.
Councilwoman Vaughn has entered the meeting at 5:37.
Thank you.
And so you've taken a motion to open the ordinance. So you need to, after this ordinance is heard from the public, then we need to go back to communications to accept the communications by way of vote.
Okay.
Alrighty, so the ordinance for second reading, 2207, is up for public comment. I would still need some assistance with the public, as far as a show of hands, to speak to this ordinance.
Council President,
Yes.
I'm not seeing any hands. I'm not seeing any hands, but I don't see the ordinance on display. I see a hand now.
It's on the screen. Number 4, the second
No, it's not on the
reading, and
screen. I can't see it.
the title is on the screen, not the entire ordinance. I don't know who's with Ms. Carter, if they're able to put the entire ordinance on the screen.
No one is with me. I'm at home, and I wasn't aware that we needed to post the entire ordinance. It was my understanding that we were opening the public hearing by title.
Okay. If you don't have it, there's nothing we can do. We need to, we had a first and a second. Now we need to take the vote to open up this to public comment.
Council President, I can hardly hear you.
I see a hand, but I don't see it on my. I see a hand, but who has their hand up? Let's do that. Star 6. Please.
This is Sherry Garrett, and I'm West Ward.
Yes, but wait a minute, Ms. Garrett, before you speak, Ms. Carter, are we
Yes.
to vote can we call the roll to vote this ordinance open for public hearing? Because you had a motion from Caldwell Wilson and a second from who?
Mr. Harris, Councilman Harrison.
Okay. All right, so now we
Thank
get to
you.
move to vote on it, right?
Okay. Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson,
Yes.
Councilman Harrison,
Yes.
Councilman Michelle,
Yes.
Councilman Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaughn,
Yes.
Councilwoman Wilkins,
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes. The floor is open. Ms. Correct can speak.
Thank you, Council President and Council Body. I did ask in an email once I got the agenda and the docket to get the backup, the resolution or the ordinance for the supporting information to get more information, but I'll just speak on it from the title. I just, I hope that once this grant is approved from Department of Transportation, that trust fund, that the specifications to exactly what is to be actually work to actually be performed is specified and is scoped out and laid out, and exactly what the contractor, whoever this is going to be awarded to, knows exactly what they're doing. And I hope the city has someone an engineer that can $0.3 million is a lot of money to have this work, not perform at the level and amount of money that's invested in this grant, and it's not coming out of our budget, Pacific budget, that is done properly. And I hope the information in the RFP and the contract specify exactly what is to be done, and that we also have qualified engineers to make sure the work at each stage is done by the work that's been specified to do. That's the only thing I can say on this, because I don't have the ordinance, and I did ask for it. So, that's all I have to say on this one. And it's just 2207. We're not talking about the 2211. Is that correct?
Exactly.
Correct.
We're talking about 2207.
Okay, so that's all I have to say. Is I just hope there's not a lot of confusion, and that the work that for this money is spent wisely, and that the city of Trenton, from Greenwood Avenue, the rehabilitation from Greenwood Avenue to Chestnut Avenue, I don't know what that all entails. So it's really hard for us to really make much statement, because we don't know what that entails. So it's just that we just see a dollar amount. We see the street that's supposed to be rehab, but what type of rehab, to what level? Are we talking about homes? Are we just talking about streets? What are we talking about? So we're kind of in the blind here to speak on this tonight. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Is there anyone else, Councilwoman Vaughn?
Nope, that's it.
Alrighty, I'll move to
Um,
close public.
Excuse me.
Someone else?
There's a Vanessa Sullivan with her hand up.
Is she speaking to the ordinance? We're speaking solely to 2207. I don't know who 609-209 is, but I would appreciate it if you mute yourself, and if not, I would ask IT to mute you. Ms. Sullivan?
Hi, yes. I just wanted to make a quick comment. My name is Vanessa Sullivan. As far as the Greenwood project, I'm interested to know a little bit more about the project. I'm very unaware of it, but I'm happy if something is moving forward in the city, and I hope that it moves in the right direction. That's all I want to say.
The capital ordinance providing the rehabilitation of Greenwood Avenue and Chestnut Avenue is for the improvements consisting of Greenwood Avenue between South Clinton Avenue and South Logan Avenue, and Chestnut Avenue between South Clinton and Greenwood Avenue. And it is not limited to road paving, milling, stripping, surfacing, curbs, sidewalks, tree planting, benches, ramps, driveway aprons, and other streetscape improvement. So that is what this particular ordinance is about. It is about all the things that I mentioned before. So that's what it's encompassing. Those are the streets, and that's the work: road paving, milling, stripping, surfacing, curbs, sidewalks, tree planting, benches, ramps, driveway aprons, and other streetscape improvements. Do you see any other hands, Miss Councilwoman Vaughn?
Nope, no other hands.
Is there anyone on the phone line? Seeing no hands and hearing no one from the phone line, I would like to make a motion to close public comment for ordinance 2207.
Second.
Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson,
Yes.
Councilman Harrison,
Yes.
Councilman Michelle,
Yes.
Councilman Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaughn,
Yes.
Councilwoman Wilkins,
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Now I need a motion as to adopt the ordinance.
So moved.
Second.
Council.
Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson,
Yes.
Councilman Harrison,
Yes.
Councilman Michelle,
Yes.
Councilman Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaughn,
Yes.
Councilwoman Wilkins,
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Carried unanimously. Then I declare open an ordinance creating the position of mental health worker in the Department of Health and Human Services newly established mental health and wellness program in the director's office, fixing the salary range therefore, and setting forth certain regulations for the implementation of the same.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
That's to open up the public comment. Want to take the roll, Ms. Carter?
Yes. Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson,
Yes.
Councilman Harrison,
Yes.
Councilman Michelle,
Yes.
Councilman Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaughn,
Yes.
Councilwoman Wilkins,
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Council President,
Yes. Go ahead.
may I have the floor? I
This
just
was
wanted to.
moved. No. This was moved for the public comment.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
And so after the public
All right,
speaking,
very
you'll
well.
have the opportunity to. All right. So, do you see any show of hands for 22-11 from the public?
No, I don't see any.
I got my hand up.
My hand.
Oh, I'm sorry, Vanessa Sullivan.
Yes. Go right ahead, Ms. Sullivan.
Okay, before we speak, could someone tell us exactly what this role is going to be? It just says mental health worker. What does that mean before we ask us to speak on it? I think we need to have some
Excuse
background
me,
on this.
wait a minute. Excuse me, Ms. Garrett, do you have the floor? Did anyone yield the floor to you, Ms. Garrett? Ms. Sullivan, you may continue.
Okay, well, the next hand, Ms. Sullivan is not there. The next hand is 2050.
Yes, it's Faith Ann Pearson.
Go right ahead, Ms. Pearson.
Thank you. Council, I hope you're able to do this because with all of the violence we're having in the city, we need someone to understand the mental health and wellness of all of our residents. I believe a lot of this violence can be curbed if we can take a better look at the mental health and wellness within our city. Thank you.
Okay, do you, Ms. Garrett, is Ms. Garrett next, Councilwoman Vaughn?
I don't see her hand.
I see her hand.
Okay, because I don't see it, but go ahead.
Ms. Garrett?
Yes, still my question. Exactly, this says mental health worker, and as the Ms. Pearson was just making a comment, this is not a level of a psychiatrist. So again, what exactly is this role? What does it do? How does it help the city? How does it help the employees? Is this for the person who are employed for the city of Trenton, or is this for to establish like an intake position? What exactly is the role?
Okay, so
We don't have anything. I asked for this information.
Okay, so being that you asked a question during the public comment of an ordinance, I will allow Dr. Lopez to answer your question. Dr. Lopez?
Yes, Council President, I can speak.
Yes, please.
Okay, so this position is going to be responding to, I've created a mental health and wellness program within my department. The clinical psychologist is another ordinance that will be up for a second reading. To mental health workers will be reporting to the clinical psychologist. Mental health workers, this is separate from the Trenton Street teams that's focusing on the trauma and the violence that's in the street. So when we talk about mental health workers, one of the things that I have been meeting with hospital representatives, as well as some of the entities, the nonprofits that provide and render mental health services. And so when I met with Capital Health Systems, their crisis program that see individuals who may have suicidal thoughts, mental health crisis, where they may be depressed, have any type of thoughts of depression, anxiety, anything that's urgent that's impacting them, even those who are already diagnosed with a mental health diagnosis. And so in speaking to Capital Health, they noted that I asked for a percentage of Trenton residents, just Trenton residents alone, who go to crisis and who have not been approved for a level of care to be hospitalized or referred to other services. And I was told 85%. So individuals are leaving crisis from Capital Health and are returning home. And there's no follow-up because there's no other service that are doing a follow-up. So mental health workers through the city would be their liaisons, right? Once they know, Capital Health would refer those residents to us, letting us know they were in crisis, they were seen, and we would do the follow-up to see where they are, checking on their well-being, but also connecting them to the services that they may need. So it's like that in between, because we need a bridge to connect the two, and we do not have that in the city. So that is one fold of the mental health workers. We also have the maternal mental health. You're talking about postpartum depression, right? And we have residents in the city of Trenton that also is going through that. So this is where, again, the mental health workers would be those who are trained specifically with mental health and know what that's about. I also have a position that's already I will start interviewing for as a mental health nurse, those who know specifically about mental health and psychotropic meds. So this is what the mental health worker is about being those that will be going out into the field, into the community, reaching out to the workers to connect hospitals, mental health agencies, even just across the board. We have individuals who are transient, right? We can connect with the schools because they have also crisis management, a crisis team in their schools. It's connecting it holistically so that way we are focusing on everyone, not just children, but adults as well. That's the focus of having a mental health worker and connecting that all together. And that's the hope that this is what will come about. And so once this is approved, I'm hopeful that the clinical psychologist will be approved as well, so we can connect and make this program to be what I envision it to be for this community. I hope I answered your question, Ms. Garrett.
The concern is because mental health. I guess the title is what's throwing me off.
Yeah.
To me, it's a more of a low level position. So this person will actually be like assisting, as when you first was explaining, the clinical psychiatrist. My concern is, okay, so we connect. We're dealing with these institutions. So this doesn't. Hopefully this doesn't come into a situation where people are having, I think some people probably may need a facility per se, but we're just not going to be sending these people like to the state hospital because they're saying that they're having some mental health crisis for certain situations. I just don't want this to be like a pipeline based on your explanation that it sounds like you're still trying to bring it together, but holistically to me sounds like you're bringing entities together to work one-on-one or work with these people in a group to help them work through whatever issues. But to me, it sounds like you're just basically just connecting these different facilities that deal with mental health, but are these facilities are going to wind up placing these people into institutions? To what extent are we actually helping? Because when people are afraid to get mental health because they don't want to be put in a position either of if it's an adult who has a family where they're removed from the family or their children are removed from them, or I understand that the thing which is when you mentioned about suicide, that is important to address. But I just hope we just have some things in place we can't cover everything, but I'm sure that we can make sure that these persons, our families in Trenton, feel reassured that it is to help, to uplift, to help with the quality of life. So I hope that's really the focus of us, putting this in place, because there is mental health issues in Trenton. I just hope the service is to really have a holistic approach where people feel like they're getting what they need and not feeling like, that they're being more oppressed because they have mental health, because that's one of the reasons why people don't reach out, because the way it's addressed. So I just hope that the issue is holistic in a manner that people are getting what they need, and they're getting they're being knowledgeable about the resources or the tools to recover from whatever mental health anguish or whatever the situation is. So, it is needed. I just want to make sure it's not like the other services it seems like Trenton has, that it just doesn't really work for people, and people just don't bother. They just don't tap in. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Garrett. Councilwoman Vaughn, do you see any more hands?
My hand been up for a long time. Can I talk?
Who's that? Well, the problem is, the issue
excuse me,
is,
last four numbers on my number is 2732. I was trying to address another issue, but the mental health caught my attention more.
Yeah, no. I'm just having a problem with when people. I would just ask when you're done. Deactivate your. Take your hand down.
I'm
Okay.
not put anything on until you ask for anything to be said. I tried to say something before you guys voted on something, but my voice couldn't get across because you're too busy voting. However, my hand's been raised for two different agenda issues, and I want to talk about the mental health now. Again, the last four numbers of my number is 2732. My name is Quinique King.
All right, go right ahead, Ms. King.
I want to understand what the actual mental health, and I apologize for sounding disrespectful to the entire council, even if I don't mean it. But what I want to understand is what the mental health council is going to do, because like I think there should be some conjunctions, and I'm sorry to sound like hostile, and I'm representing the West Ward, 726 West State Street, which I don't like disclosing my address because I'm military, but I'll do it for the sake of the good cause. I want to know if there's any way where the funding that you guys were talking about for the last thing, where it carries on, because it can't be used for construction, which is understandable because a lot of our works were state roads and county roads, which the funding would come out of a different pocket. So what I want to know, is there any way that these families, more or less children, can benefit from conjunction of benefits and making our funds available to where there's therapy versus there's a mental health person. However, I love the idea of you guys having a psychiatrist on deck. But what we need is some advanced practice nurses that have the same ability, which cuts the cost down in half. You have two for the price of one, but also we got these animals that need to be taken care of, which I see for the most part you guys have kind of found a solution or a resolution or something to buy us time right now. But please hear me out. All these things go hand in hand. We therapy our people and give them services and things that are adequate to the environment that actually works for saving money. To be honest with you, we can get a lot more done. Like we can use these animals that we got sitting in that we want to rescue, but right now the money isn't always fully there. But right now you're talking about mental health. Animals are therapeutic, which I'm not trying to throw any council members under the bus, but I do know one thing. Miss Wilson speaks highly and talks about animals and things like that, which I know she understands. And this is not to be biased or anything, but what can we do to make?
You have this.
I'm sorry, but what?
Stick to the resolution. You're gonna have to stick to the ordinance, ma'am.
I am. But what can we do to make both those junctures come together? Because you talked about mental health. Let's treat our people instead of putting a Band-Aid on. You're not going to shut me up on this one because
No, but you have to stick to the ordinance, ma'am.
Hello.
Why was she muted?
She's on mute. I don't have a clue. Did she do it?
Somebody muted
I don't
her.
have any control. I don't have any control buttons here.
Now, what can we do? What can we do to make these things go aligned? Because they will help. One hand washes the other. And you muting me isn't going to do nothing because I'll write in, and if you don't do anything, I'm just going to raise hell with the state. So give me an answer. We got people on here that jurisdict and obviously overpower the mayor. Please give me an answer, or I will make sure you're voted. I will make sure you're voted out in November. Completely, all of you. Because there's no reason that people are sitting here struggling, hurting, dying. We got enough issues to worry about with our minimum wage and our matching, what people are making, and gas going up left and right. Gas went up 30 cents overnight. Please. I'm not asking for a lot, but you got some money that y'all could do something to change some stuff. Can we do it or not? Because like November is coming, and I will make sure that near one of y'all see that seat again. And that's not a threat. It ain't personal. It's business. My money is on the line. You want my tax dollars? I bust my behind working. And also, ain't nobody can tell me how I can get a city-owned house. I would love to rebuild one of these old houses. Every time I go, Andrew Bobber and somebody's road blocking me. Miss King, your family. My family got nothing to do with it. I'm my own sovereign citizen. Now, what are you gonna do? Are we gonna listen? You got two choices. Either you're gonna get with me or you're not.
Miss King,
I'm sorry, I'm passionate.
you're gonna have to stick to this ordinance that is on the
I'm
docket.
talking about
And this
ordinance of mental
ordinance is
health.
22-11, has nothing to do
I
with
don't,
rehabilitating
like I
houses.
said,
We need to
I'm
stick to
speaking
the,
on
we have to stick to the ordinance.
mental health. Ma'am, I'm speaking on the mental health. Why can't we put them in conjunction? That's a fair question.
This particular ordinance had to be spoken to for this particular subject. The housing issue is another ordinance, and it's another
I didn't
subject.
say housing. I'm talking about mental health and using the animals as rehabilitation for mental health. I know what we're talking about. I don't skip a beat.
Right,
I know y'all tired of me, but like I stand on that. Why can't we make both of them things make sense? You can mute me all you want. I'm an engineer by trade, but that's it. Why can't we make both of them things make sense? Why? But you want that high taxpaying dollar to make it work for you. I'm tired of lining y'all pockets, and I'm going to say what they ain't going to say. I'm tired of lining y'all pockets and y'all getting away with murder. And like I said in the last meeting, but I'm not going to repeat what I said the last time in front of y'all. Y'all know what it is. Come on. Let's do something. Let's do the right thing. You can get 2 advanced practice nurses in to deal with mental health versus getting 1 psychiatrist that has the same ability, the same power to do it. And they can help you get grants and things like that to use the animals that you already house for mental health therapeutic sessions. People need therapy, not you just having a psychiatrist on hand to pass resources off. Because I'm going to tell you, I grew up in DIFAS system, and I'm not saying the city of Trenton is wrong for anything as far as my well-being and my growing up. But I'll tell you one thing. If we compare the way y'all handle business, the way they do, I'll tell you one thing. I'd rather die worried about. I would rather die than y'all sit up there and have my life in your hands. But I want to see these kids make it. I got a 17-year-old and a 15-year-old son. I don't care. I want to see what y'all are going to do. Make it make sense. Because, like, listen, this is the first time and probably the last time I'm going to get the floor, which I'm fine with that. But please, make it better for our damn kids. I'm 34 years old, and I'm begging you. Them animals, they need exercise. Animals can't speak, but I can. But, like, mental health, come on. Mental health is a bigger picture. We got people that need MICA help. We got people that need just drug clinicians that aren't from our neighborhood. We need people that are from our neighborhood to make it make sense. Yes, we're not going to be able to handle like that, but like I appreciate what y'all are trying to do, but I'm completely disrespected for what you're not doing with that money that's sitting there already. And I'm gonna shut up. But and also make these landlords accountable. But I'm gonna shut up. That's it. I got nothing. But if y'all got something to say to me, my number is 609-977-2732, and you can call me. And my email is TrentonNature609@gmail. If you want to sit down with me, I'm willing to talk. But right about now, all of y'all at the seat because all y'all been doing is y'all been shitting the bed. Fuck it.
Thank you, Ms. Penny. Ms. Councilwoman Vaughn, do you see any other hands raised? Ms. Garrett, will you put your hand down, please? It's still up from the last comment. Ms. Vaughn, if you see no more, Ms. Councilwoman Vaughn, if you see no more hands, Ms. Penny Carter, I would like to make a motion to close public comment.
I don't see any more hands, Councilwoman.
I made a motion to close public comment for 22-.
I already seconded it.
I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Councilman Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaughn,
Yes.
Councilwoman Wilkins,
Yes.
Council President McBride,
Yes.
now we need a motion to adopt the ordinance.
So moved.
No, we need to open it up. We need to open it up to the council if they have any questions. Councilwoman Vaughn tried to speak to this before the public was speaking. If she have any questions in reference to this is the time. 22-11.
I just, I think the resident that spoke, last, and also Ms. Garrett, I'm sorry, I think it was Ms. Hicks. But Ms. Hicks and Ms. Garrett, they spoke eloquently about, when we embark on such efforts to ramp up certain resources and expertise in the city to be able to meet a particular need, we just want to make sure we do it right. And I think that's what the folks are saying. And I just hope Dr. Lopez heard both of those individuals. And I hope Dr. Lopez will reach out to the resident and reassure her. I'm sorry, yeah, Dr. Lopez, I think that you should reach out to that resident and reassure her and describe the services and what you expect the resource once you acquire that expertise. Who's that? I'm sorry. Somebody keeps speaking, but yeah. So anyway, we got to continue to communicate the good deeds and the when we take on new resources and new expertise in the municipality, and let the folks know that those services are available and what good work these individuals will do and are expected to do. Thank you, Council President.
Council President?
Go right ahead, Councilwoman Wilkins.
I don't know if Miss King, I think her name was Quenica King. I don't know if she's still on the line or not, but I just wanted to make comment to her. I don't know if she heard everything that Dr. Lopez had spoken when she spoke to Ms. Barrett, but Ms. King, she did state that she was getting the nurses, the clinical nurses, to embark upon this health and this mental health and wellness. I believe that Dr. Lopez probably will have your number because you did state your phone number. And again, I hope that Dr. Lopez does reach out to you, have a member of her staff reach out to you so that they can better explain what the city's strategy is for this. I appreciate your passion. I heard everything you said. And I'm sure, that you are not the only resident in the city that feels this way. What I'm glad about is that the city is taking action to do these things, to get mental health worker, a clinical psychologist, and she also stated about the nurses that are going to be on board with this also. But again, Dr. Lopez, please do. I just want to piggyback off of my colleague, Councilwoman Vaughn. Please do reach out to Ms. King to let her know how you're going to flow with all of the resources and the positions that we're going to have. That's all I have to say.
Council President, can I say something? This is Dr. Lopez. I just want her Ms. King number again because she said it so quickly. I have no problem reaching out to residents when they have questions from my department.
609-72732, and anybody is more than welcome to reach out to me. And my email is the words TrentonNature609@gmail.com. And I really think that we need to look into using animals as therapeutic.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your number. Dr. Lopez, I did have a question for you in reference to 22-11, and my question is in reference to the job criteria for this position. What are the criteria for this position, and will the Trentonians that are currently employed be given the opportunity to apply before it is outsourced? So I would like for you to tell the public what the criteria are for this position, because this is like an intake person, and it's the salary here is starting at $55,000, and that's much more than some of our employees are making that are already employed with the city. So could you tell the public what the job criteria are for this position?
Yes, Council President. This position is similar to my social workers that's in my department. So they have to have a bachelor's degree in social work, sociology, or psychology. So it is a bachelor's level position. This is why it's starting at $55,000. It is a union position, local 2286. So this would be open to Trenton residents only. I'm not outsourcing it out. This is Trenton residents for this position. Again, when I create these positions, I wanted to make it relatable. They understand working in an urban community, coming from Trenton, being understanding of mental health. Even if there are individuals with lived experiences, that is also great. I would never turn anyone away for these positions. These are critical positions that will help the community in the midst of us being in a pandemic where we had so many losses over the past 2 years. So this I really take very seriously. I hear Ms. King, and animals are therapeutic, and that's a different spin that we can add on to it. But first I want to be able to get this program up and running, and then we can really, segue into what we can do further. But I just need to get this up and running because we have a lot of residents who are in need, and we get calls every day, and my team are not skilled to really address anything accordingly to mental health. They have some basic trainings, but they do not have the mental health background to do the work. So this will be a union position. $55,000 up to $71,000 is the salary. Is a bachelor level position, is equivalent to a social worker position, and it is for Trenton residents.
A question for you, Council President.
Yes, go right ahead, Councilwoman.
Yeah, I'm concerned about thank you, Council President, I just want to just follow up with that one comment you made around hiring Trentonians. And I'm kind of disappointed that the position, Dr. Lopez mentioned that it requires a bachelor's degree. And she's putting it in, and it's not in the professional union or the supervisor union level, and it's coming in at the low end instead of the high end. Now, I think in the marketplace, somebody with a bachelor's degree coming in and working in a professional capacity as a mental health should be at the high end of the scale, not the low end, particularly if it's a Trenton resident. Trenton resident should come at the high end with a bachelor's degree and up the market rate. I think 55 is too low. And we're trying to, because you got some folks who are being hired, non-residents coming in at 100 grand, 90 grand. And so to put a Trentonian who has a bachelor's degree and working in a professional function at 55 is absurd. And I would want that to be changed. And I don't know now, we just, this is for the salary range too, but I would expect when she interviews for that role, is that the professionals union, or is that the
no, that's not the professional union.
No, it's not. It's workers union. It's just a general workers union, and that's the starting salary for that union when they receive the increase. So this is what it is according to the union. And this is. Yeah.
I get it, and I'm not going to beat this with a dead horse. But at the end of the day, this is concerning to me that folks with bachelor's degrees or any degree comes in at the low end, and they put them in the workers union versus the professional union. So if we're going to talk about recruiting the best and the brightest and the best skilled and folks who have this level of education and with coming with quantitative discipline in nursing and healthcare. The healthcare industry is one of the fastest growing sectors in our economy and globally. And that salary at 55 grand for a college graduate is just absurd. So I think that our minds need to come together in this, and Dr. Lopez, and you need to make that adjustment and put that position in the professionals union and start those folks at a higher salary range. Anybody with a bachelor's degree coming in the city should have a higher salary range than 55. Thank you, Council President. That's all I have to say.
All right. Thank you. The only thing that I would like to add to it, because this ordinance is here for the second reading, and the salary range is 55 to 71. If Dr. Lopez will move to the higher range in this to bring on that person, I think that would be beneficial to everyone, based on the fact that it is ranged out. Thank you. Ms. Carter, I would like to make a motion for the vote.
Second.
Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson.
You have to speak up, Ms. Carter.
Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson.
Yes.
Councilman Harrison.
Yes.
Councilman Michelle.
Yes.
Councilman Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Yes.
Councilwoman Wilkins.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Carried unanimously. I'd now like an ordinance creating a staff of city employees for the Trenton Animal.
So move.
Second.
Council President?
Who was it moved by?
It was moved by
Councilwoman
Councilwoman
Wilkins.
Vaughn.
No,
Thank
it's
you.
moved
By
by Councilwoman
Councilwoman
Wilkins.
Wilkins. Okay.
Yes.
And this is for the public comment.
Yes.
Okay. Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson.
There's somebody's hand up, but I can't see who it is.
But we have to vote
We're-
to bring it
This is
on.
a motion to open it to the public.
Okay, very well.
Yes.
Councilman Harrison.
Yes.
Councilman Michelle.
Yes.
Councilman Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Yes.
Councilwoman Wilkins.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes. Do you see any hands, Councilwoman?
Yeah, I see a hand. If you have your hand up, please speak now because I can't see your phone number.
Cherie Garrett, Westwood, West Trenton.
Yes, go right ahead, Ms. Garrett.
Okay, so I've been participating with this ordinance 2212. My concern about 2212 is that there's no order. There is still a lot of activity that's going on, and I'm gonna just say this. I know many people in business, and it's very difficult to get people to want to work. And a lot of people do not want to work in an environment with a lot of tension. That's not that is, you want to, we all go to work to earn a living. It's not going to work just to be happy or have something to do. If you do, you're not living. So my point of making these statements about this animal shelter and about creating these roles for 2212, that the situation has to be cleaned up, because we don't need to bring on more staff, new people, or people from Trenton. Hopefully this is a residential position from Trenton, because there's already been in the newspaper, the fighting back and forth, the situation with TAR making statements, them always in and out of that shelter. That it's something's got to change here, because I have a funny feeling that this thing is just we're not going to be able to keep staff, or people are just going to be like, I'm going to do my own thing. I'm just going to collect a check I'm not going to, it has to be run right. And I'm not saying that the city employees are not running it right. I'm saying the politics with the mayor and with TAR has to come out of there so the city employees can do what they're supposed to do and follow what it is based on the guidelines of running a shelter, the regulations of running and what's required to run a shelter, and do what they need to do to make sure that the animals there are safe, they're clean, the cages are taken care of, they're fed, and the money that is the tax dollars that's used to operate it is being used appropriately. So I think Ms. Lopez needs to explain to us how she's going to make that happen without the politics and the involvement of how that shelter's being run right now, how we're going to bring in staff to fulfill the needs that needs to be, the work that needs to be done, and to deal with the various organizations, deal with the current employees, how we're going to make this mesh. Because right now, we have some problems. And people are bent on not allowing the shelter to operate in a manner it should, outside folks who don't live in Trenton. So I like her to explain to us how we're going to do this. Once we pass this ordinance, we hire these people, how is the shelter going to operate to the benefit of the animals and the residents and the service and the money's going into this for it to operate.
Dr. Lopez.
Please consider.
Dr. Lopez.
Yes, Council President. So speaking to how I'm going to make it work, it's like hiring any employee within my department and following up with the policy and procedures and having meetings and talking. Right now, we're in a transition phase, moving out our contract and putting all the animal welfare services and animal shelter services on my staff. And so we're trying to make that work with the staff that we do have. The hope is to make this work holistically. Once we get in these attendants, we also work on having a contract with a veterinarian and a vet tech, and still have our volunteers to assist with our adoptions and our special rescues, because our volunteers are beneficial. We can't do this work without our volunteers. I'm not singling out anyone. I believe that we just need to make it more structured and more streamlined when we're talking about our volunteer information packet and what that looks like. And so those are the things that we have been talking about and working on. And those are the things that we're trying to do. So I will not address anything that you're talking about politically, Ms. Garrett, but I will talk about me as the director of the department. Speaking specifically when I hire individuals is really to talk about their position, their role, and what their responsibilities are. And I am hopeful that it will work. We're in a phase where we are doing work that we haven't done in such a time, and that's the animal welfare services. So we're just hoping that the community will work with us. And I do want to petition the community that if they want to volunteer, please come out. And help us out. It's a community effort. It's not just on my department. It's not just on my employees. It's not just on the agencies that render services with animal welfare services, but it's for all of us to do it collectively. Even with City Council, you guys have been instrumental in pushing this forward. So it's always good to have everyone get involved. So the only way this is going to work if we all do this collectively. And that's my hope, Ms. Garrett.
One comment, Ms. Council President. That's great, Dr. Lopez. There are people that I know who have animals, who take care of animals, would like to volunteer at the shelter, but because of the climate right now, refuse to get involved. And if you do have a volunteer, that I think that there's got to be limits on what not so much limits, let's make me be clear on this. They need to know to what extent that's allowable as far as their involvement, not come and run the shelter and dictate of the operation, because that's not volunteers coming to help, not take over. Okay, so that's my concern. Thank you.
Councilwoman Vaughn, could you mute yourself, please?
No, funny.
Is there anyone else? Seeing no hands, I would like to make a motion to close public comment.
So moved.
Who seconded?
Oh, I did. I'm sorry. Second. I meant to say second.
Yes. All righty. So, Ms. Carter, can you close this out and we can open it up for the council?
Hello, Council President.
Council President, Mary Horn.
No, wait a minute. We need to get the roll call to close this out.
No, I'm saying there's more hands. There was more hands.
Oh my God.
So I see Mary Horn hand is raised.
All righty. It's Councilwoman sleeping on the job laughing. Go ahead.
Miss Horn, Miss Horn, Mary Horn, Trenton.
Go ahead,
I apologize. I apologize. I was having some in and out here with my phone. People were calling, they can't get on. And so the bottom line with me is that I'll be quick. I believe that the city employees should have first bite of the apple. You know, we have run this shelter. I've been here in Trenton, and the shelter has been run by city employees in the past. I believe an issue came up when we were going from volunteer to paid position. Now that created a vacuum there. So we need more volunteers than we can pay for positions. So the bottom line is that city employees should have first bite of the apple. We need to employ people in the city of Trenton, taxpayers, that we can benefit from the taxpayers' dollars, people who live here and pay their taxes. And that not only speaks to the animal shelter, it speaks to a whole lot going on in the city. But I just needed to say that because I hope that this will get voted on, that we employ the city employee. And anyone who wants to volunteer, please do so. And because it appears it works that way in the past, but when we want to go from a volunteer to a paid position and it's not the right climate for it, it's not going to work. But I do know it did work for the city employees in the past. And anything that needs to be reckoned with or talked about or how we can make things better, we can do that. I know we can do that. So that's all I need to say tonight. Thank you. I apologize for the hand part. Thank you very much, Council President.
All right.
We got Paul Bethea on the line. I've been trying to speak. Paul Bethea.
Okay, Mr. Bethea, you go right ahead. You have the floor.
Yeah, I'm going to piggyback off of Ms. Correct. Listen, in the past, okay, us volunteers had limited access to the shelter because due to the fact that the city residents, if they get a wild dog or red-nosed pit bull and he goes at them and rip them apart, the city is liable. And us as taxpayers got to pay that. Okay, once again, and I'm going to explain this again to y'all, that group car is still coming in there, still trying to run things when you got qualified officers that's in there that know what they're doing. Now, we had in the past, and it's still there, that they have to sign excuse me? Who's this saying something to me? You got something to say to me? You
saying anything.
No, let him say something. You want to say something.
No one should be
You
commenting.
say something to me, you say it to me. All right. And in the past, right now, for them to come in there, the only way they could come is to the front desk, and they got to sign a waiver and tell them what they're going to do. Only thing a volunteer should be doing is walking the dogs, and the officer bring the dog to them, and they walk the dog and they bring them back. Anything else that a volunteer is doing in there is liable to the city. Taxpayers got to pay if they get in there and they get hurt. Y'all got to understand that it's just a cash cow for this group TAR. Because if it was about the animals, she wouldn't be making such a big fuss about the animals and what the shelter looked like. You got to think, while she was in there and doing her thing, ain't nothing changed. All the cages is still the same. And everything that was doing before she got there is still there. Now, a lot of things that I do know, when she got there, she threw away all the furniture that the city purchased, and she brought her own furniture. The only thing this lady is doing is filling her pockets up with taxpayer dollars. Trenton, like I said before, you got to wake up. Stop sleeping. I'm telling you, they're after the animal control, and they after our jobs. That's all they after. They don't live in the city of Trenton. They can't vote in the city of Trenton. And the only thing they want out of the city of Trenton is our money. And whoever is down with them is against every resident in the city of Trenton. And y'all got to get it, because them guys down there know what they're doing. They know how to vaccinate a dog. They know how to treat a dog. They know good and well they love them animals just like everybody else loves them animals. And we do know for all the animals that was brought in Trenton, a lot of them came from out of Ewing, okay? And they was catching them. Where was TARS when them bulls got loose on Reading and we was out there catching big bulls, okay? These animal control officers done that. When a pit bull grabs a little boy by the head and try to rip him apart, you got Munez, I call him Gabby, runs out there. You got Jason runs out there. You got Officer Joe, he retired now, ran out there. Okay? And get these angry animals off these people. Okay? So you cannot tell me that these guys don't know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. Let's step out the way. Everybody needs to step out the way and let Munez do their job. Lopez, the lady that's running it now, it seems like to me, and it seems like to anybody, it seems like she knows what's going on down there. How is she going to have a guy down there that does have no license, have no qualifications, don't know nothing about a dog, but yet he's allowing TAR to come in there and get the pick of the litter? Come on. Anyway, if a volunteer, if an officer gets the dog before they put him down or whatever they got to do, they will call a rescue group. And they give each rescue a chance to adopt the dog. Now, before they even think about putting the dog down, they try to rescue the dog out. This by state, putting the dog down is the last option. Y'all got to understand this. They don't want to put a dog down no more than anybody else want to put a dog down. But you cannot put a dog down that's ripping kids apart. You can't adopt a dog out that's ripping kids apart. You can't adopt a dog out that done tow a kid up. You can't do it. You're putting a loaded gun into people's hands. An animal, only thing he knows is to kill. You can't love a killing animal. Understand that. And you got to let them guys do their job. And all these other volunteer groups want to come in, but you ain't letting them come in because the guy that's running it down there is only allowing TAR to come in there to get the pick of the litter. That's not fair. So number one, Dr. Lopez, You need to do your job because you're not doing your job. And you know the problem down there. And I know you know the problem down there because the word is in the street. So you can't say to me, because you're talking that political, that I don't know what's going on. I did 4.5 years down there. Ain't nothing you can tell me about that down there. Nothing. And I remember when Miss Elaine Thompson, her and Brownlee found the money to put a new roof on there, put new cages on there. Ain't no other volunteer group, and ain't nobody on council donating no money to the animal shelter. And if you do, let's go back to the records, because I can pull an Oprah and show that you didn't. And I can show you where all the money came from. So let's stop lying, and let's try to work together, and let these officers do their job. Let council and them, they did their job. They voted the group TAR out. Let her build her own animal shelter wherever she wants to build it, because she made $500,000 on taxpayers' back, and let her go, and let us hire citizens, people that live in the city of Trenton, that want jobs, that need jobs, and needs a paycheck. Thank you. God bless you. Have a good night.
Councilwoman Vaughn, did you see anyone else's hand? I can't hear you, Councilwoman Vaughn. You have to unmute yourself.
Danielle Guido?
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Wow, that was quite an interesting thing to listen to from somebody who hasn't stepped foot in the animal shelter in the last 4 years. I'm going to try very hard to share with all of you actual facts of the last 4 years. And that is my knowledge of that shelter is the last 4 years. And unlike other people, I don't pretend to know anything about, and I shouldn't say anything because some information is in fact pulled from Oprah. So I welcome that. I think that everybody should.
So we're speaking to Resolution 2212, an ordinance creating a staff of city employees for the Trenton Animal Shelter. That is what we're speaking on here this evening.
Okay. I understand that.
Okay, so we'll keep it to that.
Mr. Bethea was allowed to talk about it.
Why was Mr. Bethea allowed to criticize my character for the last 5 minutes?
If you don't want to keep it to 2212, then you will not be allowed to have the floor. 2212 is the ordinance. Let's keep it there.
Okay, and the ordinance didn't mention Trent Animals Rock or my name in it, and yet that was the last commenter's entire comment.
I'll ask IT to mute you out if you don't want to keep it to 2212.
But can you explain why he didn't have to keep it to 2212? Do you want to
keep it to 2212? Because you're not going to question me.
I would like to have a fair opportunity to share.
Okay, I'm giving you the opportunity to speak to 2212. Do you want that opportunity?
Speak in public comments.
Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson, please don't interrupt when I'm speaking.
I would like to speak to the ordinance, and I will do that.
All right, well, let's speak to the ordinance.
I think it's really important for the residents of the city of Trenton to understand that the animal control officers that are in the facility, who I don't believe have expressed public opinion here tonight, are and have been in support of having additional staff to provide animal welfare services, which are quite different than animal control services. Animal welfare services have a lot more to do with the day-to-day care, socialization, training, adoption services, and management of the incredibly high intake that shelter has. Animal control goes out on calls almost the entire day and are not in the facility. I think it is incredibly important that the city bring in city residents that wish to work in the shelter in an animal welfare capacity. We as volunteers are happy to support that in any way, whether that's with donations or walking dogs and providing services like that. But there is absolutely a need to have additional people supporting those officers and supporting that maintenance team. And I believe that if those officers were asked and had an opportunity to speak, if they joined this meeting, I believe that they would attest to the fact that they would like people to assist in animal care, not in doing animal control services. They are doing that, and they are very busy doing that. It is an incredibly high intake shelter. They are on calls all day. What I'm speaking to is animal welfare, which is what this ordinance is proposing, that they add positions that will focus solely on the care, adoption, volunteer trainings, managing relationships with the public, doing community type events. All of these things did not occur prior to Trenton Animals Rock being there. And now that we are not there, they are not occurring in the shelter. And I think anybody who's interested in knowing whether or not that's a fact should go and just spend several hours or several days there seeing the action and how things actually operate. That's all I'll speak to because I will keep it to the ordinance, and thank you for giving me that opportunity to do that.
Is there any other hands, Councilwoman Vaughn?
Yes, there is Wendy Sturgeon.
Go right ahead, Ms. Sturgeon.
You have to unmute, star six. Star six, Ms. Sturgeon.
Thank you very much for letting me have the opportunity to speak. I think it's a great idea. The more support the animals can get, as well as the relief for the staff who work very hard and do a great job at the shelter, is very important. And I want to add one thing based on one of the previous callers. As being at one point 10 years that I volunteered at that shelter, I just want to mention that Elaine and Brownlee did not find the funds to put a new roof on that shelter. That came from the Lady Margaret Animal Foundation, which was founded by Councilwoman Marge Caldwell-Wilson. Thank you.
The next one, Council President, is Trenton Business.
Go right ahead, Trenton Business, and state your name. And can the previous people that spoke take their hands down, please?
Sure. My name is Ms. Chowdhury, and I just wanted to, I guess, reiterate and place some emphasis on my support that the hiring and staffing of this facility occur from within Trenton. I think there's a constant stream of the locus of control and power out from Trenton to outside organizations that come in from outside of Trenton and come in and, are perhaps not getting the kind of oversight that's needed and don't always demonstrate the respect that should happen. So I think that, all groups that work in Trenton need to partner with people in Trenton and need to understand that the ultimate decision, the end decision, belongs to the residents of Trenton about these issues. No matter how good this is, if someone is not interested, you can self-fund these projects. But to ask for Trenton taxpayers' dollars for an issue that Trentonians themselves do not necessarily feel that strongly about just seems unfair. Just unfair, and mildly, outside of the lines of how the municipal process operates. Other people don't come in from other areas and do this in other towns, but it tends to happen in towns where people are a little bit more disenfranchised from the process or because of other issues. The other thing I'd like to point out is I always find it so interesting that this issue has become so important. Not that the animals are not important, but I would assume, based on this conversation, that all the people supporting the shelter, I would assume you don't eat meat. The personification of certain animals over other animals is always been an interesting point to me. That people feel that because it's a dog or a cat, you want to imbue this animal with all this kind of person-like qualities, but somehow that doesn't extend to other animals. As a random side question, I'm kind of curious to know if the shelter takes in any other kind of animals, because these same people don't necessarily have the same, sense of being appalled or outraged when, they see animals at your local market, So, okay, I don't mean to digress. That's all.
Yes, stay
Yeah.
on the position 2211, creating the position for 4 staff members.
I'm just saying I support it. I think that it'd be a really good idea for Trenton. It'd be a really good idea for and opportunities for even the high school kids to get involved. I worked at a veterinary office for some time. It is not that difficult to train somebody to take care of animals and to help animals, and I think it would be a real opportunity for Trenton. And the main thing is to bring that center of power back to Trenton and Trentonians and make sure their voices are heard. So. I did not mean to digress.
Thank you. Councilwoman Vaughn, is there anyone else?
No. Councilwoman, okay, yeah, that's it. That's it.
That's it for the
Trenton Busher.
the public.
Okay, there's somebody on the phone.
My hand is up as well.
Okay, I don't see your hand, but you can pronounce your name. Pronounce yourself. Hello?
Can you hear me?
Now I can. You're going in and out.
Okay, thank you. Speaking to 22-12, I'm sorry. My name is Michael Ornallo, and I'm a resident of Trenton and also on the board of Trenton Animals Rock. I just want to speak to regarding 2212 and the staffing of city employees. It was mentioned in a previous comment that the belief is TAR is a cash cow, I believe was the quote. I think when you start staffing this shelter with employees and need to pay them and pay them benefits and overtime and whatever else comes with that employment package, you will find that the relationship with TAR was beneficial because we were providing a return on that investment. I think in a previous meeting, you discovered that a vet would cost you upwards, one single vet would cost you upwards of $100,000. I believe that as you move towards staffing that shelter fully, you will come to realize that it is much more expensive than you think, and that TAR was not the cash cow that is being portrayed. Speaking to those people, I would invite them to come examine our finances. They are an open book, and I believe that some perceptions might be changed if people would contact us and make that effort to look into the finances that we collect and expended on behalf of the city of Trenton. Thank you very much for the opportunity to comment. I appreciate it.
Is there anyone else, Councilwoman Vaughn? Ms. Cadre, will you take your hand down, please? Mr. Ronaldo, would you take your hand down once you've spoken? Trenton Business, take your hand down.
Ms. Guido, take your hand down.
Alrighty, seeing no other hands, we would like to close public comment. I'll make a motion to close public comment.
I have my hand up.
Oh, Mr. Green. Go right ahead.
To Council President, to the council members, 3 quick points. I think this is an excellent initiative to cultivate leadership and give Trentonians the opportunity to lead. I think we should be intentional with this with every department. Who better to lead the city than Trentonians? And I think part of our poor morale is because not enough Trentonians are leading the city. So I certainly salute this initiative. What I will say, though, for those looking to lead, you've got to humble yourself. So many of us in this city swear we know what to do, and if we knew what to do, wouldn't we had already been doing it? So I would say, as we look at where we're going and how we're going to get there, for those Trentonians aspiring to lead, humble yourself. And if those things that you don't know or you wish to know, go to those people who are already doing it. I don't have a political point in this book, but I think if TARS was brought in because what was needed to be done wasn't being done before, aren't they the organization that was getting it done? So again, I would say as you draw up this, they should ultimately probably be a consultant in this, and they can train the Trenton employees who don't know what to do and how to do it, and then you transition them out and bring the city employees in. And the last thing I would say is, we always talk this, we should come together, we should work together, we should build together. You can never do that when every time people come on this microphone, we literally tear at the character of each other. Even if you disagree with the person, what opens the door for you to be disrespectful to each other? If we talk to each other like we're animals, how do we treat each other? So again, I just think this is an excellent initiative. I think we need to learn to humble ourselves as Trentonians. And when you begin to learn from the people who know how to do what you're trying to do, then you can become an expert in it if you're humble. And I think too many of us are arrogant and driven as egomaniacs. Let TARS be the consultant, let them train up Trentonians, and then let Trentonians lead. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Do you see any more hands, Councilwoman? Because I had.
Mr. Green needs to humble himself and put his hand down.
Excuse me, Mr. Green.
I'm just saying, put his hand down.
Thank you. For the third time, Ms. Carter to close the public comment for 22-12.
I second it.
Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson,
Yes.
Councilman Harrison,
Yes.
Councilman Michelle,
Yes.
Councilman Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaughn,
Yes, and Councilwoman Marge Caldwell Wilson should put her hand down. It's still up. But yes.
Councilwoman Wilkins,
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Public hearing is closed.
Council President?
I would like
a
to
motion
speak.
we need a motion to move
Don't move.
the ordinance,
No.
and we need a
Don't
second.
move.
No.
We need to vote. I mean, we need to vote to, for the motion.
Why are
and
we
then,
doing the vote before I speak?
Oh, okay. All right, we move the motion. Thank you, Woman Caldwell Wilson. Go right ahead, Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson.
Okay, thank you. So there seems to be a lot of misconceptions about what the shelter was and what it is now. And the shelter was run strictly with the staff years ago. It was a kill shelter. They were putting down animals all the time. And because it became a no-kill shelter, people felt more comfortable surrendering their animals because they knew they wouldn't be put down. And that increased the workload for the staff. And TARS were volunteering prior to that, as there is a CAP volunteer group. And, they have been able to put these animals into foster care. There's a lot more involved than just cleaning out the cages and walking them and doing the stress test on these animals. They have foster homes all over our county and in the city that take care of these animals until they heal. Because most of these animals come in and they're either traumatized, they're hurt, they've been hit by cars, they've been abused by the public, they've been abused by everybody. And they're sick and they have to be taken care of. And that's what the foster homes do. They nurse them back because they are trained to give them their medication. And once the animals are recovered and they're ready for adoption, then the shelter gets involved in that. And that also brings in revenue to the city and to the shelter. You need volunteers in there. It doesn't matter where a volunteer comes from. If someone's an animal lover and wants to volunteer, we should have that door wide open for them because they're helping us decrease the amount of animals in our shelter. And they're giving them care on an ongoing basis. I'm glad to see that we are going to hire local folks, but I would like to ask Director Lopez a question. Are you on the line, Director Lopez?
Yes, Council President, may I speak?
Yes, go right ahead, Dr. Lopez.
Okay.
Okay, Dr. Lopez, do we are we putting together an employee handbook for the employees at the shelter so they understand what their duties and responsibilities are and what the risks are involved?
Yes, we already have an employee handbook, but we're drafting something specifically for the animal shelter because we know that with this newly created position that we may have individuals as young as 18 that may apply for this position that resides in the city of Trenton because there is no degree required for this position. So we are definitely working on that, and that is something that we're working on with our policy and procedures, and also tweaking our volunteer packet as well. So a lot of things that we are working on at the same time as moving forward with servicing the shelter with animal control and animal welfare services. So we have a lot that we're doing at the same time. We're definitely working on that, Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson.
I would definitely like to see that because I've done that for other departments and it's never happened. But I think it's critical at this juncture where we have all this going back and forth on what we're going to do with our animals. So I would appreciate it if you would let me know when that is put together.
Oh, right, and it will go to I'm sorry, Councilwoman. It will go to our law department before we do anything. We do have I do submit everything to Wes so he can look at it legally before I move forward to make sure that it is appropriate to do so.
Oh, okay, all right. So I would just like to ask people and my colleagues that have been in this fight, this animal shelter, to let's try and move forward. Miss King made a very good point about dogs being helpful with the mental health. They have all kinds of programs where they have prisoners taking and raising animals, and it has changed their lives. And they've had all kinds of issues. And you can do research on that, and you can see how it's improved their lives when they come out of prison because they raised animals while they were in prison. So, I just would like you all to keep an open mind. This is not going to be a competition between me and you. This is going to be moving forward, and I will fight for that shelter no matter what. So thank you very much.
Any other council person that would like to speak on 2022-12?
Yes, Council President?
Go right ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say that the animal shelter, like any other department in the city of Trenton and across the city, provides a service. And Councilwoman Marge Caldwell-Wilson stated that there's revenue generation opportunity there as well. And the other thing is, clearly, they have the division has job creation capability. And that's the same, those are the same attributes that exist in every department in the city. And every department in the city makes up our municipality. And the municipality has to run on taxpayer dollars and funding. Now, taxpayer dollars cannot go out of the city. And the way municipalities are designed and the way our founding fathers of this democracy set up the framework for municipalities to be self-funding, to be self-liquidating, is that the taxpayers that live in the municipality funds the services, they pay their taxes, fund the services, and we hire from within to keep those dollars inside our municipality. So when we talk about hiring at the animal shelter, it's imperative. And actually, it's by law. It's the democratic way. It's what our Constitution states that we must do. So when outsiders come in and want to take priority, and I hear this misnomer that we need outside consultants to train Trentonians to work. Trentonians have been running their animal shelter just like Ewing has been running their animal shelter and other municipalities run their animal shelter. We train them. Folks coming to Trenton have no clue. They have no skill sets in government, and we're training them. We don't need TAR or any other animal shelter to come train us to do volunteer work, to walk dogs, to feed dogs, to love dogs, to care for dogs, to bathe dogs, and etc. These are just basic human capabilities. You don't need a degree from MIT to do and work at the dog shelter, the animal shelter. So those jobs, I fully expect those jobs to go to Trentonians. I fully expect my taxpayer dollars that I pay $10,600 a year and climbing of taxes to go to Trentonians. So I said it again, I don't want to make it about this particular organization, but they need to go on. They didn't get the contract. We want to hire internally. We want to give Trentonians the job. And Councilwoman Marge Caldwell-Wilson makes a good point. We have a high returning citizens from incarceration and from prison. Let them volunteer and get a job at the animal shelter. The heck with TAR or any other them. We got young men and women who has come out, who are returning citizens, who are looking for jobs. Right now, let's hire them. They have addresses in Trenton, and as she stated, they do it, as it was part of their detail while they were incarcerated. So let's employ them. Let's take their training that they received by the state, by our taxpayer dollars. We fund prison systems. Let's use that. We don't have to go outside the TAR for these basic services. And Trenton does have a workforce. We have an educated workforce. Yes, we have a large population of low income and very low income, but we also have people who are skilled, who have work experience, that they can come work for the city, but we got to pay the competitive wage. Because we got to stop lowballing people who are, put them, pay the market. But that's what I'm going to say. And we got to get past TAR, and we got to put some control mechanisms down here. I had asked the council president, I had asked the law department, Mr. Bridges and Mr. Kaloji to come back to the council to give us some guidelines as to volunteers accessing government property who are not authorized, who are non-employees, who are non-contracted. And I wondered that they do that because I didn't receive anything. I sent it out. I asked them to get back to us on it. Can Mr. Kaloji or Mr. Bridges tell me the status of that? Because if you're not an employee of the city, you're not a contractor of the city, and you have not been authorized to come on government property, then that's a problem. And that can create a liability and put the city and yourself at risk. And the next thing we know, TAR is suing the city because they down in on our property and have no business down there. They were not authorized. So I would want Dr. Lopez and the law department to put some control down there and maybe put up some signs to tell the volunteers that they have to act in a certain manner if they're going to come on government property. And that animal shelter, Trenton Animal Shelter, is government property. You don't get to use it as a platform to build your private enterprise. So I want Mr. Kaloji and Mr. Bridges to give me that those laws, because I know the government, federal, state, and local government has laws around using government property for profit and using limited access to public. I just can't go to motor vehicles and start walking around there and do what I want to do. So I can't even go down to City Hall and walk around and do what I want to do. So I don't understand how folks are allowing any organization, no matter how skilled they are, walking around our animal shelter, our Department of Health and Human Services, doing what they want to do, under the pretext that they are providing a human service or a dog service. So, Mr. Kaloji, are you on the line? Did you give me that information? Mr. Kaloji? Kathy, where's Mr. Kaloji?
I don't know if he's having trouble connect. I don't know if he's having trouble connecting, but if you could re-forward that request, I can answer you in broad terms in terms of government property, but I think you have a more granular request. So I did not see that request from you. So if you could forward that again, I'd be more than happy to give you a written response.
It's not urgent. I think everybody gets my point, but nonetheless, I need to see it in writing because there are some people who are, you know, just knuckleheads, just don't, just like Chucky's running around here. They just don't want to do what they just want to do what they want to do. So there are laws and you have to follow the law. And we're not going to put the city at risk. And you're not going to, you know, shake us down and try to sue us and try to get some money out of us. So you're going to be limited. I believe that you are limited. You probably can just come to the doorway, but you can't just go around here and do what you want to do. Like I said, under the pretext of providing some super service that we all know you're not providing. So the jobs belong to Trentonians. That's where my taxpayer dollars are going. That's what I'm going to advocate for. And it supports our economy. That's the bottom line. That's the law. And that's the democratic way. And that's how municipalities work. Go in your own municipality and provide your super service. But they don't even want you over there. So go to Ewing. Don't come here taking our jobs. So get Mr. Bridges and Mr. Closey, get the answers.
No.
And I'm done. I yield my time. Thank you.
No. There's someone that have had a lot of interference when you're speaking, and we go over this week after week. Mute yourselves and stop interfering. Stop interfering. Stop interfering with the council's meeting. I apologize. Councilwoman Vaughn, is there any other council member that would like to speak?
Yes, I would like to speak.
Council President.
I would like to speak.
I'm going to let Councilman Harrison speak and then come back to you, Councilwoman Wilkins.
No problem.
Well, I would like to say I agree that we have city employees that are working at the animal shelter, but we also need volunteers. And the same way we have volunteers at the Trenton Animal Shelter, we have volunteers at the soup kitchen. We shouldn't be turning away anybody that wants to volunteer, whether it's from Trenton, Ewing, Lawrence. If they're coming here to help people in need and animals in need, why would we turn them away?
Councilman Harrison, hold up for a minute. This seems to be a reoccurring problem when the council members are speaking. Others are so rude as to interfere with their devices or just jumping in on the call, and it's unacceptable. You need to identify those numbers and you need to mute them. I apologize, Councilman Harrison. Go right ahead.
Like I was saying, all over, not only the city, but all over this country, we need people to volunteer, and they come out of their kindness of their heart to help the animals, the soup kitchen. We have wonderful groups like Claire's Heart. We have a lot of people that go out in the community that volunteer. So at the end of the day, right, we have city workers there, but there's a lot of responsibility when it comes to the animals. So at the end of the day, we need volunteers, and we should never look and say that a volunteer who's coming here to help the city of Trenton, we shouldn't be turning them away. We should be saying thank you for helping our animals or helping feed people or helping doing anything we can in this city. At the end of the day, it's about creating a brighter future for animals and the people of this great city. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Wilkins, you may
Yes.
have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. What I wanted to say, I'm kind of piggybacking off of all of my colleagues, but I wanted to rewind a little and go back to what the city of Trenton, the animal shelter was a kill shelter. And it was under the auspice of Director Brownlee. Now, when it was a kill shelter, things were still organized. We still had volunteers coming in. The structure of what went on with the animal shelter hasn't changed. I don't understand why everyone is thinking that since a contract has changed, that all the structure of the animal shelter has changed, which it has not. The only difference is that our animal shelter is no longer a kill shelter. It's considered a no-kill shelter. We had our animal shelter manager, our ACOs. I'm in support of bringing on the animal attendants to walk the animals. It will take away some of the labor from the ACOs to do other things, whereas the animal attendants can tend to more toward the animals and cleaning cages and walking the animals, making sure that the animals are fed and so on. But from what I'm hearing, from what everyone is saying, and I've been listening intently, is that all of a sudden the animal shelter has fallen apart, which it hasn't. What has actually changed other than the contract wasn't renewed? We're no longer a kill shelter. Animal welfare services, I agree, are needed. They're definitely needed. But when you only allow, from what I'm understanding, because I've received a lot of calls and emails from constituents stating that they cannot get in to do volunteer work and other things into the animal shelter. I just think it needs to be fair across the board. It needs to be, like Dr. Lopez was saying, she's putting some type of criteria policy together. That is definitely needed. And what we have to do is that we have to follow the law. And in conjunction with following the law, Council President, the Board of Health is this council. And we need to get together and have a meeting, but not just about the animal shelter, but about the situation and the issues with the health all across the board. So, and it's not that no one wants anyone to come in and assist the city. The Trentonians can get the jobs. The Trentonians can volunteer, but they have to be made aware that they can, which they kind of should already know, but it seems like it's such a closed door when it comes to us as residents. So, you know, the liability, I wanted to speak on that. The liability is that something really could happen down there. If there's any type of commotion, you don't know. Dogs, cats, they're very temperamental at times. Animals can be temperamental as people are. And you don't know what can trigger an animal. Anything can happen. And as volunteers are in that animal shelter, something can go left really quick. And guess who the liability is? The city of Trenton. It will be another lawsuit. We'll be dealing with additional press. It can come out to be a mess. The only other major problem that I have is that the videotaping. I've seen videos. I don't know where we can go anywhere to a city operated building. I'm going to say a city operated building. Animal shelter. We have our health clinic on Olden Avenue. We have our health center on North Broad Street. We have solid waste management. We have our water facility. Nowhere does anyone go and make videos about what's going on in a facility with the city. I don't know, Mr. Bridges, you need to look into that. Is that something that can be done? You can just go into a public building and begin to videotape and talk about everything that's going on in that structure. I mean, I don't know if Dr. Lopez is aware of this, but if not, Dr. Lopez, this is what is happening. Videos are being taken in the animal shelter. And they are derogatory things that are being said. Don't bring your dog here. I was surprised. Why wouldn't someone bring their dog to the animal shelter if they're in Trenton? So there's some policies, some procedures, some things that need to change and things that need to be addressed more immediately than later. So I'm hoping that as a result of us speaking about this ordinance and even staffing, other staffing will come about within Dr. Lopez's plan, within how she's trying to turn the shelter around and do the different things that need to be done so that the shelter remains a no-kill shelter. But these things need to be be done more immediately. Thank you, Council President. That's all I have to say.
I would just like to touch on a couple issues about 22-12. Earlier, someone made a statement in reference to let a private organization train our staff. Then someone made a statement that an organization that has not had their contract renewed, that the shelter is faltering because of it. Then Dr. Lopez said she wants to create procedures. Well, first, I want to talk about the first thing. When you have employees that have been with the shelter for 23 years, what can an outside organization really teach them about that particular establishment? Can they bring some fresh ideas in from time to time? Yes, they can. But other volunteer services can do the same. That organization was not coming here because they loved animals. They were coming here with a price tag of $378,000. I always thought volunteer meant to volunteer your service. I didn't think that volunteer meant to volunteer and then want and expect a $378,000 paycheck. So that's the first thing. Our employees have been in that system and over there in that shelter for 23 years. And let me just share this with the public if they don't know it. We have a gentleman over in our shelter that was volunteering for 15 years. 15 years he was volunteering, and then when we got short on staff, he knew everything about that shelter and they hired him. After 15 years of service, coming every single day. And I'm going to tell you something else. This gentleman keeps that shelter spotless. When I was over there on Friday in my capacity as the chairperson of the Board of Health, they gave me a tour. And I'm telling you, those cages were so clean. You did not smell the dog before you entered the building or the cats. It is well maintained with Trenton staff. The thing that puzzled me more than anything was that they had the manager of the shelter being supervised by someone that doesn't even have license, doesn't have any officer training. How is that? Because although the doctor wants to create procedure is already set forth by the state. Now she can critique the state's guidelines to fit Trenton, but she can't alter the state's rules and the guidelines. So let's talk about that. Let's talk about we're bringing in staff. Who do we want to train the staff that we're bringing on? Do you want an organization that said they were volunteers, but yet and still they have a price tag to them? Or do you want the people that have been there for 23 years and 15 years plus that have gotten the license that they needed from the state, gotten the certifications from the state to train these new employees? Well, what I'm going to say is I would prefer if the experienced employees trained our new staff. I would appreciate it if the manager that is carrying the license, the staff that's carrying the certification, I would appreciate if they are allowed to train the new staff. And I would appreciate it if you go back to the state guidelines and tell me why any volunteer is allowed to come on the premises of the shelter's property without logging in and without logging out. That makes no sense at all to me. So when we talk about bringing on and creating new staff for the shelter, just remember, the state already set the guidelines, and these people need to get the training that the other employees have, and they need to be trained by the employees that are licensed. And when we talk about volunteers, there are so many emails that I have from other volunteer organizations that want to come in that said that they are running into a problem because Dr. Lopez has sent over an untrained employee with no license, no certification to manage our manager. This is outrageous to me. And so when we move forward with this 2212, I hope that Dr. Lopez understands who needs to train these individuals. We just can't do what we want to do when there's state rules and regulations. That seems to be our biggest problem right now, working against the rules and the regulations. So my recommendation for 2212 is that you have those new employees trained, sent to the classes that's necessary for them to get their officer's training certificate and trained by a licensed manager that we have that have been on that job for 23 years. And that's all I have to say, because volunteers want to come into Trenton. They want to come here and help us. That is not the only organization that wants to help us. It's the only organization that we know came with a price tag. And with that being said, we can move to vote on this ordinance. Ms. Penny Carter.
Yes, ma'am. We need a motion to adopt.
So moved.
Second.
Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson and Councilwoman Wilkins. Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson moved the motion. Councilwoman Wilkins seconded.
Joey seconded.
Yeah, I second it.
I'm not going to go there. I had to call it like they do it. They both can't move it. So if they both move it at the same time, then you let one of them second it.
Okay. Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson,
Yes.
Councilman Harrison,
Yes.
Councilman Michelle,
Yes.
Councilman Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaughn,
Yes.
Councilwoman Wilkins,
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Carried unanimously. I'd like to declare open a public hearing on an ordinance, amending an ordinance, repealing and replacing the revised general ordinances of the City of Trenton, County of Mercer, New Jersey, Chapter 140.
Go ahead. Councilwoman Vaughn, you can move it. I'll second it.
Actually, Councilwoman Carl Wilson, she moved it and I seconded it.
Okay.
This is open to, you have to make the, we have to do a roll call for vote to open it to the public.
Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson,
Yes.
Councilman Harrison,
Yes.
Councilman Michelle,
Yes.
Councilman Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaughn,
Yes.
Councilwoman Wilkins,
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Council President, there is a info@cmmnj.org.
Okay, they will have to pronounce themselves.
Hello. My name is Ken Walski. I'm Executive Director of the Coalition for Medical
You're not coming in clear, sir. Could you speak more directly into your mic or something?
My name is Ken Walski. I'm Executive Director of the Coalition for Medical Marijuana, New Jersey. We're a 501c3 nonprofit educational organization headquartered here in Trenton. I'm a registered nurse. I've been an RN.
Having a hard time understanding him.
Yeah,
Can you
I
hear
don't
me?
understand him either.
You're not coming through, sir.
Let me see. I'm not sure what to say about that. If I mute this. Ken Walski, is it better? Coalition for Medical Marijuana, New Jersey, Executive Director. I've been an RN for 46 years here in the state of New Jersey. And born in Trenton, and I live here in Trenton now. I support the ordinance that details their...
I don't know if our audio is picking this up.
Very well thought
He's
out.
breaking up.
Ordinance, and it really should be a model ordinance for the rest of the municipalities in the state of New Jersey.
Sir? Sir?
Industry here is in New Jersey.
Hello, sir?
By the Cannabis Regulatory Commission.
Hello?
Facilities have a very positive influence on...
We can't understand you.
Municipalities where they are situated.
Mr. Walski, we can't hear you. You're not, I'm coming across well.
Facilities
He's not hearing us.
State of New Jersey. Find out that these facilities actually...
InfoC.
They decrease the supply of vacant buildings.
Ken Walski, we can't hear you.
The city and local people will work there, and they
Sir, hello? Hello?
Access to the health benefits of medical cannabis.
Hello?
Tremendous amount of health benefits, as detailed by our
Mr.
department.
Bridges, I don't even know what to do about a circumstance like this because he's not being recorded on the audio for the meeting.
Well, I think we obviously can't hear him and he cannot hear us, so I think we could just probably just listen closely and wait for him to be done because I don't know what to do either.
No, we can't listen closely because it's not being recorded.
So what do you want to do about it? I don't know what to do.
Do we want to mute him?
And you're our representative.
This is not. I don't know. I'm not IT. I don't know what to do. I can't hear. I don't know.
Can someone send him a memo on the...
I think he's finished.
All right. So anyway, Ms. Vaughn, Councilwoman Vaughn, can you move on to the next person? Because the next person is our audio, the audio that we carry here. Excuse me, the audio that we carry here. These are where our minutes come from, and this audio is needed to almost be perfected. We have interference, and all of these things does not make good for the minutes that have to be put out to the public and put out to the council and certified by this council. Go ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Yes, the next resident or citizen is Matthew Kutch.
Go ahead, Mr. Kutch. Mr. Kutch.
Thank you, Madam President, and to the other council members. I appreciate you letting me speak. My name's Matthew Kutch. Business is at 226 South Broad Street, and I just want to thank the council for taking the steps to be able to pass this ordinance. I've had the pleasure with speaking and knowing a lot of you at this point, and one of the big things, obviously, growing up in the city, being raised in the city, living here 33 years of my life, I saw the good and the bad. And being able to have a chance to bring a big new industry to the city that's going to create local jobs, new walking traffic, and being able to offer a sizable investment to the city is something I know our company and other companies are very excited to do. We're definitely been praying and dreaming for this for about 4 years now. So Trenton finally being able to earn revenue off of cannabis business is going to be great for the city. Being able to bring all of the benefits of regulated cannabis when we talk about righting the wrongs that have been done to our Black and brown communities because of the war on drugs, devastating them. The economic benefits to not only the city, the people, and the businesses, but also the health benefits. So just want to say thank you again. We definitely want to be the resource to anyone on the council, in the city, businesses. We want to be able to help people, give the blueprint that should be necessary, and to show what regulated cannabis business can be and what it can do for Trenton. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person.
Phil Charles.
Go right ahead, Mr. Charles.
Hello, Council. Thank you for having me this evening, and thank you for having this discussion on cannabis as well. We've come a long way since January until now. We're not quite at the finish line, but tonight and our previous conversations are proof of us moving in the right direction. Like I mentioned, my name's Phil Charles. I'm a resident. I live in the West Ward, and I'm also the Community Outreach Director for WOFLO, as well as the co-founder and CEO of Black Cannabis. And since 2018, we've developed a proven track record of community engagement, and my job is to make sure that continues. Whether that's through our food drive, CY cleaning, transparency, career opportunities, as well as rehabilitation. We built our brand on education and awareness, and that will not change. We look forward to having a cannabis board. We want to be able to be held accountable. I believe when you're doing the right thing, accountability is nothing to be afraid of. And that's exactly what we're trying to do with Black Cannabis and WOFLO operating within the city of Trenton. And I don't want it to be forgotten that we are still talking about cannabis as a medicine as well, not only as well as a social justice push for our company. As of right now, patients residing in our city are left with illegal enterprises as their only resort to cannabis, which is better than nothing, but that raises many risk factors such as security, uncertainty of source, no added tax value to our city, and no retirement plans for employees, as well as extended educational outlets, all of which, as my job on the WOFLO and co-founder of Black Cannabis, we plan on addressing. Once again, thank you for the time, the energy, and the effort you all have contributed to helping us get this far. We feel as though with your help and support, as well as the Cannabis Board overseeing all of our actions, we're definitely on the right track. I understand this is a new industry, not only just for Trenton, but also throughout municipalities in New Jersey. And we've kind of prided ourselves on being in as many municipalities, educating them, especially the urban communities that have been impacted by the war on drugs. By having these conversations tonight and in the future, it helps promise not only our company, but future companies looking to come into Trenton and operate that there's a standard that not only the state recognizes, but the city of Trenton recognizes that. I want to thank you guys once again for being able to have this discussion. And that was it.
Thank you, Phil. The next hand, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Here's a hand. There's Trenton Business.
Go right ahead.
I just had kind of an sorry about that, Ms. McBride. My question is this, and I have not followed this as closely. I'm sorry, Ms. Chowdhury. Ms. Chowdhury. I haven't followed this as closely, although I agree with the points that some of the other people made and have agreed for some time with the war on drugs being an absolute political ruse. If people weren't this impassioned about it, they would have been out there educating people about it. But they were more concerned with the other effects that the war on drugs was having. And I think it was why it was, kind of executed upon certain people. But I am a little concerned, and my question is this. I do support drugs becoming legal because of the damaging effects, the side effects of, police overreach and, other issues. However, I'm curious if anybody who knows more about it can speak to this. Like, is there any outreach being done to the students so that the students have both sides of the coin? Like, are any of these groups that are planning to have these businesses there, are they planning at all to partner with schools? And the reason I say that is because I'm in education, and a lot of times I find that my students they're getting a lot of their information through their friends, their peers, and, unqualified, unvetted sources. And that's where they get their information about drugs, drug use, the effect of drugs. And so I'm curious if there's any effort being done there, or if there's not, just something to think about. I think students need to know more about the effects of these drugs, both their positive effects and their negative effects. So it's more a question than a comment. That's it. Thank you.
Is there anybody that could express to Ms. Kadri in reference to
Matthew Kutch?
Yes, thank you all. I appreciate you for letting me speak. So one of the things, and Phil Charles mentioned this, we have been focusing since 2018 first on education. And to your point about to the children, that is one of the things that we thought of first. When you need to get the right information, you need to get the correct information. There are too many sources out there that are giving their not the right information. So we have been working with doctors that have been in the industry and in other countries since 2018 to bring the, and like organizations like CMMJ, you can lean on them as well. Mr. Walsky was speaking earlier, to give and get the education out now, 3 years ago, and continue to do that. So I'd love to speak with you separately how we could, get that information to you. But that definitely is something we have been doing, and it is very important, not just for our group, but all groups, to continue that and educate not only the kids, but our regulators, our community, and the police as well.
And if I may add on to that, Phil Charles, once again.
No, you may not, sir. That's not the way this works. All righty, thank you, Ms. Carter.
The next person is Darren Green.
Go right ahead, Mr. Green.
Green, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. To the council president, council members. One, I'm a supporter of this initiative. I've been to the facility. It was really a building that was not being used to capacity, and now it's basically state of the art. And they've renovated and done a tremendous job. So now it's not only going to be open for educational purposes in the area of marijuana, but also the economic opportunities, whether they be employment or, again, what is transpiring there is similar to what's happening in Lawrence Township right by the mall. I just think it's a big problem when I look at the city of Trenton. I see Ewing developing itself, Lawrence, Hamilton, and we sit around and have the same opportunities and we don't take advantage of it. I'm not saying we aren't going to do that, but again, part of what our problem is, we're standing still in the treadmill and the townships are progressively moving forward. I would also say in closing, for Black and brown communities, what's not talked about from a medicinal component is diseases like sickle cell impact a lot of our communities. And again, you can use this marijuana and this treatment in a medicinal perspective to treat that. So it is much more extensive than people know. I've worked with both of them, Matthew and Phil, and they have done extensive outreach to myself. And again, I'm not being paid for any of the work that I'm doing. And they've also reached out to the schools. They've also reached out to young people to do a lot of the development components on bringing that building online, but also in terms of doing community outreach. So those are great questions, but a lot of the people need to stop thinking that people that come here don't care here, because a lot of them have already been here, and this has been a long process. It just seems like Trenton needs to get out of his own way and move forward with the world. Again, this is not Cheech and Chong. It's a whole nother reality, and we need to educate ourselves before we talk about a subject we don't know about. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Councilwoman Wall, the next person.
I don't know. Trenton Business has her hand up again.
No,
but
she,
you gotta take your
Darren,
hands down.
yeah, take your hands down once you've had the opportunity to speak on the subject.
All right, they're all, hands are down. There's one other hand that it's up, but I can't see it. Is that Councilperson Caldwell Wilson?
No, it's Sherry Garrett.
Oh, wait, Sherry, I'm sorry, I can't see you. Yep, go ahead. I'm Council President Sherry Garrett.
Okay, go right ahead, Ms. Garrett.
Okay, so I'm going to be quick. I have no issue with cannabis, but I think some of the issues with cannabis or marijuana, when I was young, I recall my concern is about this. We discussed mental health issues in Trenton. I don't know how we are going to, as we stated, we have mental health issues, especially with the youth, especially with adults in the community. It's mental health everywhere. So mental health is not just Trenton. But my point is, somebody who's mentally dealing with conflict, because you got to remember that people initially started using alcohol for soothing, working through their emotional issues, mental issues. That's when we started having winos. And then we started, same thing with marijuana. Then marijuana was not enough. We went to other drugs. Then we started mixing marijuana with other drugs. Then we had people running down the street butt naked, thinking that they were invincible. Okay. I recall when I was in school, I remember when it was a big thing in suburban with speed. I remember being in school and there was, they used to give, parents used to be on diets. They used to give them with those purple pills, and they give pharmaceutical pills used to be all around the toilet in urban areas. Alcohol, how are we talking about bringing profit in for this cannabis, which is 2% or whatever their profit is. I looked at the liquor, us for the liquor license that we approve, the various stores that carry alcohol. We only make like $150,000. Like how? I'm still trying to see where the profit margin is, because it seems like, again, I hear this talk like we need to get with the modernization, but let's be real here. Do we have the mental capacity to incorporate? We have crime that's outrageous. People, their mindset and the way you perceive challenges and situations. Someone says something to someone and they want to shoot you. So what happens when this is enhanced with cannabis? We're still making the profits off the backs of poor income communities. Okay, so we hear all this about this is better for Trenton, but we're talking out of our butts, our mouths, our armpits with these opinions, and always and making statements like one of these callers about facts. I don't know where the heck you've been at for the last 50 years of your daggone life, but you've been in a closet, and I just think that we're not looking at this. I'm not against the ordinance, but we have too many issues right now. So I think the cost of having these establishments in Trenton is going to outweigh the benefits or the profit. Okay? I just don't see how this is going to help Trenton right now. I just don't see how it's going to help our residents. Young kids, youth, they don't know how to process their emotions when they're in situations. They're either coming together, 5 to 6 of them to beat up one person. You say something to somebody or someone that, in my own neighborhood, someone's playing the music loud. You say something to them like, could you turn your music down? Or why don't you mind your own business? Mind my own business. I am minding my business. That's why I'm coming to you, asking you to turn the music down. So the point is, people have the attitude that what they believe their lifestyle, where they see their persona has to be forced on everybody or the person in their neighborhood or their neighbors. The neighbors how they're going to respond to it, or people just not really making good decisions. Right now, I just don't see it benefiting Trenton. If Lawrence, Ewing, all of them want to do all that, have this cannabis stuff going on, we have street drugs, and it's still a problem. it's still a problem. So I just don't see how bringing in these, open up these venues or open up 20, 30 of them is going to benefit Trenton. We have too many issues and it's costing us. And what's going to happen is this city is not going to be able to be self-liquidating. It's not going to be able to, because it's going to be too costly to maintain. And then they're going to be saying, oh, they got candidates, people can't, dysfunctional. They don't know how to handle their problems. They want to be with the Joneses, stepping with the Joneses. They want to be like let me tell you something. Even the suburban, well-off communities are very hesitant. And you notice these cannabis places are not in their communities. They're on the highway, or they're somewhere in the business district. We here in Trenton want to put cannabis businesses right in the neighborhood, 500 feet from the schools. What kind of crap is that? But you're not looking at the fact that when you put these businesses in the neighborhood, people start coming from all over and they bring in their troubles with them. How are we going to manage this? This thing is really going to blow up out of proportion. We're not going to be able to handle it. We don't have the police power. And the police, that's not the police job. They're already overpaid, but that's not their job. To sit here and manage people's behavior and try to prevent them from committing a crime or losing their head. And on top of that, because they're high off of marijuana. Most people can't even freaking function if they're not with alcohol or marijuana. I just think that this is not against it, but I just don't think we have the population that can manage or handle having number of cannabis stores in the neighborhood. We're dealing with so many mental health, drug issues, addiction. We don't even have at one time we had a drug addiction center. We don't even have that. Like we don't have the tools, the resources in place to handle what this ordinance is going to bring. We don't. And we're going to bring all kinds of people up in Trenton with their problems, with their issues, with their beef, and we're not going to be able to handle it. And we're going to have a big exodus of people leaving Trenton. I'm telling you, we're barking up the wrong tree. I just think that this is too much right now, and I think it's too much for Trenton. Trenton cannot handle this. It cannot. I think we're putting too much pressure on what we are already dealing with, what we already have to figure out. That's all I got to say.
Jock Howard is trying to get in. He has his hand up. We don't see you, Jock, but go ahead and
all right, agree. Yeah, I'm not on group. I hope you can hear me okay. Greetings, everyone.
Yes.
And thank you, Council President, and those on Council for giving me a couple minutes to speak. Most of you may have heard of, this cannabis situation and maybe coming at it from a certain type of perspective. Oh, and I apologize. I'm 755 Franklin Street. I am also a member of Black Cannabis and a media professional of Trenton 365. So with that being said, I wanted to just take a couple minutes of time just to share from my perspective. For many years, I've been a consumer of cannabis for most of my life in some capacity. And when I talk about cannabis, I talk about it from my own personal experience, which is why I like to say that I'm an advocate for this plant and that it was beneficial to me and my family and has helped to save my life. I'd love to have a conversation with any others who'd like to hear my personal perspective, and I will gladly do that. My information is pretty public. With that being said, regarding this ordinance, it's sort of simple when I think about some of the basic elements of what we know about this plant, often referred to as marijuana, which in its term is a racist term. The terminology we should be using is cannabis, which is the scientific term. And I encourage some folks who have that confusion to start with doing an internet search for racism in cannabis or racism in marijuana and see exactly how that has affected and is currently affecting people of color with a hyper-focus of Black and brown-skinned people in urban communities like Trenton. Now, not only has for most of our modern history has this plant been demonized by people to oppress people of color, musicians, hippies, those who opposed war and law enforcement. However, We have plenty of governmental studies that people can research about what has been proven. I also like to go back to the actual historic point of this plant, and that this plant itself is native to our land. So it was here. It is here. So therefore, for the folks who are having questions about if they're going to use cannabis instead of a pharmaceutical like an opioid drug, they ought to consider something man-made as to something that is natural. In the very near future, I hope to have a lot of conversations with members of the faith community and also with members of the general public who are under the misconception of the devil's weed or of any of these other terminologies that were forced upon us during the war on drugs. But for them to hear about what's happening in the world today, personal experiences like mine, but also to hear about the opportunities for businesses and for the ancillary businesses and opportunities and the economic benefit that is coming with this air quote green wave. People of color and many folks in Trenton have often missed out on great opportunities because of ignorance and because of a few gatekeepers who were yelling at the highest of the mountaintops who had the loudest voices. I'm encouraging council and everyone on this call and who gets a chance to hear this to take a little bit of time and consider those facts. This is a natural plant. It's beneficial to human beings. It's a forthcoming industry that everyone can have a chance to get into it right now. And the people most persecuted internationally because of this plant, people of color, black and brown people, make up a very small percentage of this forthcoming industry here in the United States. Thank you.
Councilwoman Vaughn, do you see any more hands?
Yes, Maurice Hallett.
Go right ahead, Mr. Howard.
Good evening, Council. Maurice Hallett, owner of 1911 Smokehouse Barbecue, 11 West Front Street. I'm in full support of this ordinance and the creation of the Cannabis Review Board. It's time. I mean, like Freedom said, the other townships have jumped on this and have moved forward and are taking advantage of the tax benefits that this is bringing in. As I go down in Lawrence and see the long lines in Lawrence, I'd like to see those long lines in Trenton, because people that are going to purchase legal cannabis are the people that are going to come support other businesses. One of the main side effects of cannabis is the munchies. So I want to see those lines buy their cannabis in the city where we can get the tax revenue. But then I also want them to come to our local restaurants to eat and our other businesses to support our stores. Why should the townships rake in that business? I also hope that this Cannabis Review Board will also take action against a lot of these illegal pop-up stores that are in the city, because it needs to be regulated. It needs to be pure. It needs to be stuff that is where we know the source and we know the contents that are within the cannabis. So I support it. I'm happy that we're starting to move forward, and let's, get rid of the nonsense and let's regulate it. Let's get rid of the pop-ups and do it right. Thank you.
Is there someone else, Councilwoman Vaughn?
Yes, there's Tahir Johnson.
Go ahead, Ms. Johnson.
Yes, hello, City Council.
Tahir, I apologize.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Johnson.
Yes, hello. Hello, council members. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Tahir Johnson. I was born and raised here in Trenton, but I'm also the Director of Social Equity and Inclusion at the Marijuana Policy Project, a national organization that's been the lead organization working on state cannabis legalization campaigns. In addition to that, I also have been received local approval to operate a cannabis business next door in Ewing Township. As many people have noted, the townships are moving forward. But as somebody who grew up actually in the city, seeing Trenton move forward in this industry is something that's important to me. I think that it's important as we establish these ordinances in Trenton. It's important that we can look to data and things from other states, as cannabis has now been legalized for adult use in a number of places like Colorado for a number of times. And I think that it's important that we dispel the myths about, what cannabis is and isn't, and also the opportunity of what it can do to our community. So I'd like to talk about a couple things that I've heard on this call. First, as we talk about underage use, the American Medical Association, a number of organizations have actually recognized that with adult use cannabis legalization, there is not a increase in underage use. Actually, in most instances, we've seen where there's a decline. I've actually grown up, purchased cannabis on the streets in Trenton many a times, and I can tell you nobody's ever asked me for identification. But when you're talking about a legal, regulated industry, you're talking about ID. Also, when we talk about the safety issues, we've also seen that when you look at dispensaries and other cannabis businesses, it brings foot traffic. There's also high levels of security, and that decreases crime that is in the community. So we've seen a decrease in crime in the community. Also, furthermore, I think it's important to note that when we talk about substance abuse and problems, cannabis has been a solution. There's many data that shows that it's actually reduced rates of opioid use and things like that. And as we look at our city and ways that we can improve it, not only is cannabis something that can bring tax revenue, but it actually is something that, as we look at our community, that can help to solve a lot of problems. And I think it's really important that, as we have businesses like my friends from Woflo that have already spoken, who have gotten the approval from New Jersey to be able to be located here. I think having a cannabis business in the city of Trenton will be good, especially to make sure that we can have legal, safe, regulated cannabis in the city of Trenton. And I hope that, that they will consider, moving this forward. And that's all I want to say. Thank you.
The next person is Roland Pott.
Go right ahead, Ms. Potts.
Hello. Good evening, Council. Thank you very much for hearing this ordinance, and I'd like to thank all the council members for all your work on this issue. I know that it's been under discussion for a number of months now, and there was an earlier version of this ordinance passed, and really appreciate the thought and time that the council members have put into this. And I'd like to echo some of the things that have been said by other members of the community, particularly the downtown community. This will be great to help local employers and bring more jobs to the downtown, bring more jobs into the city. I feel very confident that the people that are speaking tonight have plans to hire local people. What really strikes me about the people that we have heard tonight, including others that we have not heard tonight, I'm myself as a broker and as a landlord working with a company called Smooth Roots that's hoping to hire local people in Trenton. Is what I really hear is the passion. I mean, this is a new industry for Trenton, new energy, and it's largely people in the Black and brown communities. It's people who have passion for what they're doing. There's a large artist and creative community that are engaged with this new industry, and it's something that's going to bring business into the town, not just sort of during the daytime, but on into the evening. And it'll be something that will let us compete with businesses in the suburbs. It'll mean that we'll be able to compete with the malls. It used to be that people came to downtown Trenton to do their shopping, and then Quaker Bridge Mall opened and a lot of stores left for Route 1. But this is now we're going back in the reverse and bringing people downtown. And as these stores open, people will have other reasons to shop at other stores like Maurice and Reggie's Smokehouse and other restaurants downtown. So I'm fully in support of it, and I want to thank again the council for continuing to focus on this new initiative. And also I want to thank the council. I know that there's work to be done to continue to establish this local cannabis review board, and that's part of what's driving the ordinance that you have back in front of you tonight. And I thank you for putting your attention on pushing that over the finish line. And I'm confident that this council will populate that board with thoughtful and thoughtful people who will make good choices in reviewing the cannabis industry decisions for the city moving forward. I think it's really powerful that you're taking that on. So thank you, Council, and look forward to seeing this unfold.
The next person is, that's all I see, and I would ask Mr. Pott and Mr. Johnson to put their hand down so I can. I don't see anybody else. Yep. That's it.
Move to close, but I will move.
Wait a minute. Is Mary Horn still hand up? Nope. Okay. Nobody.
Yes.
All right. Go ahead.
No,
Yeah.
Go right ahead, Ms. Horn.
Yes, thank you, Council. I would just like to say, I know we had a lot of conversations about this medicinal marijuana, and I believe the public needs more education as how to go forward on this. They need to know how it will affect their children as far as the smell alone, you know, in a downtown area, because we're so condensed here in the city of Trenton. I understand that the rural areas have it, like Lawrence just got their license and to do it, but they're in a rural area. And if you go out there, you can smell it too. But we're more condensed here. And I think the public needs to be more educated on this. I'm not going to say I'm not going to push against it, but I don't know if this is the right climate for it. But people have made arguments for and against it, you know, but at this point in time, in this juncture, I think the public needs to be more educated on it. I believe there's a lot of education on the medical marijuana. It speaks for itself. And the use and the purpose of it and how it can help people. Now, this locally in our downtown Trenton, I'm not going to say that, you know, I'm for it at this time because the public needs to be more educated on it. Our children already, they can educate us on marijuana use. They can educate us. You know, so we need to make sure that they're shielded and they're safe. We got so many schools around here where, as I said before, we're condensed. We got schools in every corner of the city here. And everyone's just not into the marijuana of it. You know, a lot of people may be, and then a lot of people may not be. And as we're saying, it could be, you know, a tax revenue for our city, but we have a war on, and we're not really winning this war, the war on drugs. With that being said, you know, that's another issue. It has to be changed at a higher level. So right now, I think that the city and its residents and its taxpayers need more education on this. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Council President, I don't see any more hands. I don't know if anybody else can see.
If you don't see any hands, all right, we'll move to adjourn the public portion of this.
Second.
Ms. Carter. Ms. Penny Carter. Ms. Penny Carter.
Yes, ma'am. Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson.
Did you get
Yes.
a second?
Yeah, we got a second from Councilwoman Wilkins. Councilman Harrison,
Yes.
Councilman Michelle,
Yes.
Councilman Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaughn,
Yes.
Councilwoman Wilkins,
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Unanimous vote to close the hearing. Now we need a motion to adopt.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Council, motion to adopt, are we voting?
Yeah, I'm getting ready to do the roll call.
Well, I would like to speak on this.
She wants to speak on it. So the floor is open to you, Councilwoman.
Yes, I just want to quickly say that I am supportive of business enterprise, period. And certainly I am a big advocate of equal opportunity, equity, justice and fairness. And we are a city that has a large population of low income. We have a high population of citizens who were previously incarcerated. We have a school district that's low performing, that has a high percentage of children who come from very challenging and adverse experiences. So we are not like the suburban communities. And although I appreciate the comparison that has been made, that Trenton is not progressing as fast as Lawrence and Ewing and getting their cannabis industry up and running, but there are other municipalities that we are far ahead of. And Trenton, we are taking a chance because we do have a lot of these challenges that Lawrence and Ewing never had and will never have. So it's unfair for anybody to compare us to those communities because that's like comparing apples to oranges. So we have a lot of considerations. We have a lot of risk factors in taking on this industry. And it's very ambitious of the city of Trenton, but that speaks to who we are in our history. And you look at the other municipalities, we have, 12 municipalities that make up Mercer County. And many of those municipalities, their mayor and their council totally rejected the cannabis industry in their borders. And their whole approach is go to Trenton or go to the borders of Lawrence, to the borders of Ewing, because that's where they push their industries, the industry. And some of those, I mean, when you talk about Lawrence, you're talking about the border of the Trenton and Brunswick Circle. I mean, really? You're not, the cannabis retailer is not there on Princeton Pike or Franklin Corner Road. So they pushed it into the border that's closest to Trenton. So, yes, true. So, majorly true. So, so I just want to say that I'm very excited about building out the Cannabis Advisory Committee here in Trenton, the Oversight Committee that's going to provide guidance to these industries, to the businesses that's going to open shop here. And I just hope those businesses keep in mind what the regulatory requirement is, that they make sure they not only hire, not about just hiring Black and brown people. It's about giving minority and women-owned businesses or enterprises ownership. Okay? So it's not, thank you, we agree, ownership into the industry. So we all got to work together. This is a new industry, a new opportunity, a new challenge. And in Trenton, we're going to do it right. So we're going to be the envy of all other municipalities that we're taking on this new industry and the challenges. So let's do it right. And I'm looking forward to working with everybody on it, with the ownership element, the hiring, the education, and really helping that community that has come out of incarceration related to these marijuana crimes. And that's all I have to say, Council President.
Madam President.
Go right ahead, Councilman Rodriguez.
I agree with a point that Mr. Hallett brought forth. Illegal dispensary. There's a bunch of them in town. What are we going to do with them? I reported, I think it was 3 of them, to the administration, and a referral was sent to the city clerk for him to go and close them down because they were illegal. That's when we started having all these problems with our city clerk. Nothing happened with that. I believe that our police director, Mr. Wilson, should be closing those illegal businesses. Everybody knows where they are. Everybody knows there's a lot of them. They are not paying taxes. They don't have a license, and they are making thousands and thousands of dollars. And what are we going to do? Are we going to allow them in the city? We have decent business people that are waiting to open their businesses, and they have been going by the law. So are we going to allow those illegal businesses to compete without paying taxes, without whatever, any regulations? They are going to compete with our legal business people. You know, what are we going to do about Mr. Mayor and Mr. Wilson? Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Let me see, anybody else? Nope, I don't see anyone else.
All right, Ms. Carter, we may move to the vote. Ms. Carter?
Yes. Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson,
Yes.
Councilman Harrison,
Yes.
Councilman Michelle,
Yes.
Councilman Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaughn,
Yes.
Councilwoman Wilkins,
Yes.
Council President McBride,
I'm abstaining.
the office to which he was elected.
Ms. Penny Carter, I would like that resolution read so in entirety, because a couple of the whereases has been changed late this evening. Would you please read it into the record?
Okay. A resolution expressing a resolution of no confidence in the ability of Mayor Reed Gershiouro to carry out the duties of the office to which he was elected. Whereas Mayor Reed Gershiouro has been unable to select and retain capable and qualified administrators, as evidenced by the high turnover of department directors in his administration. And whereas the New Jersey State Commission of Investigation has issued 3 separate subpoenas reflecting an investigation into the procedures employed by the administration for purchasing goods and services pursuant to the Open Public Contracts Law, and an inquiry as to whether the duties of public officials have been subverted or corrupted by questionable or improper conduct. And whereas the Federal Bureau of Investigation, on behalf of the United States Attorney's Office, recently served 2 additional subpoenas indicating an investigation into the possible misuse of federal grant monies. And whereas regardless of whether the aforesaid investigations result in criminal charges, they have shrouded the city with a dark cloud of suspicion and a negative impression in the minds of our residents, and well as those seeking to invest in Trenton's future. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Trenton that it hereby expresses a vote of no confidence in the ability of Mayor Reed Gershiouro to continue in his position and effectively discharge the responsibilities of his office. And it is further resolved that for the greater good of the City of Trenton, Mayor Reed Gershiouro be and is hereby urged to resign from office immediately. And is further resolved that this resolution shall take effect pursuant to law.
So moved.
Second. Second. I seconded.
Penny Carter. Yes. Ms. Penny Carter.
Yes, I'm getting, Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson,
No.
Councilman Harrison,
No.
Council President, I just wanted to say something. I don't know if that's, but we have to vote, but I did want to speak on this.
You have to vote now. You had the opportunity earlier. You got to vote. You can speak on it.
But it wasn't announced by,
Council,
okay, go ahead.
Councilman Michelle,
No.
Councilman Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaughn,
Can I speak before I vote?
You know you can't, Councilwoman. You have to say before you're.
But when am I going to be able to speak?
You doing your civic comment.
Because of the technology, I was not able to say that I wanted to speak before we started the vote. So can we, I do want to speak on this piece of legislation here.
Council President, I believe she can speak before she votes.
Go right ahead.
Oh.
Yeah,
Council President?
Go ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Okay. This is a very difficult and unfortunate resolution to bring forward to the community, but it's a very important one, and we would be remiss as the duly elected officials representing our constituents in our respective wards in our capacity across the city of Trenton to not come to the public with the concerns that our law enforcement agencies had brought forward against our city. So although the subpoenas were issued requesting two certain individuals or two certain departments of the city, we should all, as Trentonians, take it seriously that the subpoenas were issued upon us, upon our city, and our mayor W. Reed Guskior, represents us all. Whether we voted for him or not, he is our mayor. He represents the whole city. And as such, he has to date, based on our law enforcement agencies, have examined and have received credible data that tells us that he is no longer, he does not have the judgment that a leader, where we expected him to have when he was voted into office. He's not has shown the leadership, as the resolution stated. He has not enforced the ordinances and the laws that govern the city, and as such has allowed certain behaviors, certain values, or certain unethical practices that's unbecoming in the workplace, and does not beg well for the growth of our city, and for the success of our city, and for the success and the growth and the well-being of all its citizens. And for that, I believe he should step down, and I will be voting yes. Thank you, Council President.
Councilwoman Wilkins.
Yes.
Ms. Penny Carter, where are you?
I'm here. Councilwoman Vaughn, you're voting yes.
Yes.
Councilwoman Wilkins,
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Council President? Council President?
Hold on, let Ms. Penny Carter announce
Adoption
the
of,
vote.
adoption of the resolution was passed.
Thank you. Councilman Harrison, you would like to speak to?
Well, I wanted to speak before we voted, and I thought we weren't allowed, but then you let somebody else. I was going to say, Council President, on November 8th, the resident of Trenton will vote whether or not they have confidence in the mayor. In the meanwhile, we were elected to do the city's business, and that's what we should be doing. That's
Thank you.
point blank. Thank you.
Thank you. Miss Carter?
Yes. Resolution 22-241, a resolution supporting the creation and implementation of a statewide police licensing program in the state of New Jersey.
So moved.
Second.
Who moved it?
Councilwoman Wilkins.
Okay.
Thank you.
And Councilman Harrison.
And Council President, I think this is an important one that should be read out on in the record.
Miss Carter, would you read it into the record, please?
A resolution supporting the creation and implementation of a statewide police licensing program in the state of New Jersey, whereas Governor Phil Murphy and Acting Attorney General Matthew Platkin recently announced proposed legislation that would create and implement a statewide police licensing program, which would require all New Jersey law enforcement officers to hold valid, active licenses issued by the Police Training Commission, in parentheses PTC, in order to be employed in the state of New Jersey. And whereas over 40 states across the country current mandate some form of certification or licensing for law enforcement officers. And whereas the proposed licensing program will help build public trust in law enforcement by requiring all officers to meet certain uniform professional standards to become or to continue to be employed in law enforcement. And whereas said legislation would grant the PTC the ability to take all necessary action against the licenses of officers who act outside such professional standards or engage in illegal or improper conduct. And whereas under the proposed legislation, the PTC would establish the licensing process and qualification standards for all applicants, including a psychological examination, ongoing professional education requirements, an application for renewal every 3 years. And whereas PTC would be authorized to suspend, revoke, place conditions upon, or deny a license following a hearing, and must be advised of any separation from employment of any law enforcement officer by the employing authority. Whereas the statewide licensure of law enforcement officers is a critical step in strengthening community police relations and will foster accountability and confidence in police departments throughout New Jersey. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Trenton that it does wholeheartedly endorse the aforesaid proposed legislation and seeks its immediate passage by the New Jersey Legislature. And it is further resolved that a copy of this resolution be forwarded by the City Clerk to the Governor, the Speaker of the Assembly, Senate President, and the legislative delegation representing the City of Trenton in the New Jersey Legislature, with the urging that all necessary action be taken to move this legislation forward as soon as possible. And it is further resolved that this resolution shall take effect pursuant to law.
Thank you. Council President, we have a couple of members of the public that would like to speak on this resolution.
No. This is not a resolution to speak on. This is
Okay.
that's not the way we do business here.
Okay, you don't have to get an attitude about it, Kathy. Good, good.
But you know better.
Well, no, I don't. It's an important piece of legislation considering the state of
We
policing.
still know better. This is
Okay,
a
so we just
resolution.
wait. What? Okay.
On roll call vote, let's move in second. Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson,
Yes.
Councilman Harrison,
Yes.
Councilman Michelle,
Yes.
Councilman Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaughn,
Yes.
Councilwoman Wilkins,
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Carried unanimously. Resolution 22-227, resolution authorizing the appropriation of $150,000 from the funds allocated to the City of Trenton under the American Rescue Plan of 2021 to the Conservatory in Perrins, New Jersey, NJ rather, LLC, doing business as the Conservatory Mansion.
So moved.
A second.
Council President?
Mr. Kaloji is on the line. I can't.
Oh, now he's on the line?
He's been on.
He has not.
Council President, can you hear me?
Yes, vaguely, but.
Yeah, I sent the council an email several days ago indicating that after this resolution was drafted and put on the agenda at the last meeting, we learned of certain factual information that is generating potential legal issues. So essentially, the way the resolution is drafted in its current form, it should not be acted upon. We need to review certain aspects of this and come back to council, hopefully by the next meeting, with a different resolution. I'm not passing any judgment on whether we're going to be able to effectuate this or not. We're just, out of respect for the potential recipient, I really hesitate to discuss this in person, but there are a number of legal issues that have to be dealt with before this is properly considered by council. So I would ask that you pull this until you pull this resolution, subject to being addressed the way I just explained it.
Well, I want to know, it was tabled, wasn't it? This resolution was tabled.
Yeah, it was tabled for a certification of funds, is my recollection.
I don't know that. Who tabled it? I think it was.
Yes, I did. I did. Kathy McBride, Council President, tabled it.
Is that correct? I thought it was Councilman Rodriguez who tabled it.
But it was tabled to change the amount of money.
That's right.
There was plenty time for the law department and Mr. Kaloji to go over it. Plenty.
But,
so I don't know what is going on here. Council President, who has the floor?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I just want to say that we don't have the certification of funds, but this particular resident or business owner is asking for ARPA, the American Rescue Act plan funding. This is a perfect example of a Trentonian who has asked, who's seeking assistance from grant money or federal funds that was earmarked for businesses who have faced hardship because of the pandemic and have not been able to recover. The money is there for the purposes of this person or this business. It has been allocated for this purpose. So I don't understand what the law department has not put anything in writing for the past month and a half regarding this resolution. This resolution, certain council members have met with this party. This is unprecedented. This approach by this council and certain members of the council and the law department and the administration, the Housing and Economic Development Department, approach to this one citizen, and from my view, is an outrage. And not one entity, not one individual that I named has put forward any written documentation regarding the concerns. The alleged issues seems to be arbitrary and capricious, willy-nilly, and this citizen deserves better. And I believe her rights and her access to government resources are being she's being discriminated against, and she's being denied. And there are measures that being put forward on this particular application for ARPA funds that have never been applied to any other applicant since the monies have been sent to Trenton. And there's a list of applicants who had applied, and the bar has not been so high. Now, what I'm going to sit back and I'm going to wait, because this individual and that her business is impacted in any way because the administration has chose to sit on this and to raise the bar for this one applicant. And you look at all the other businesses and nonprofit organizations and individuals who have received this money, and there's a record of it, and you compare, we have passed resolutions for those entities, and Mr. Kaloshi didn't get on the phone and get on the line talking about, we got to wait again. We got to wait for him to do what he's going to do. And as a matter of fact, he's taking too long for the amount of money that we're paying him. So a citizen shouldn't have to wait for the legal representative of the council to come up with legal advice on a resolution. And that's absurd. The citizens are paying taxpayer dollars for Mr. Kaloji to come up with his legal advice now while the resolution is on the docket. This is a bunch of crap, and I'm insulted. And this will not stand. And I will definitely be reporting this to the United States Department of Treasury, the Office of the Inspector General, that City Council and the mayor is arbitrarily applying their own guidelines to the distribution of ARPA funds and are favoring certain citizens over others. And that's a fact. And I will yield my time, and I will be filing that complaint immediately.
Madam President? I had my hand up before the councilwoman spoke.
Go right ahead, Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson, and then Councilman Rodriguez.
Yes, we hired Mr. Kaloji to give us legal advice. And I am not an attorney. None of us are attorneys. And I have to take Mr. Kaloji's advice. And he has said they have to make some changes in this resolution and would like to table it and bring it back at the next meeting. And I think we need to give them that opportunity to do that. If they don't, then you can put the vote out on this one. But I'm uncomfortable when it comes to the American Rescue Act funds. We do something and we don't abide by the law because there is a bankruptcy involved here. The overdue mortgage, all of that. So we have to make sure that's clear because I don't want to hurt the lady that is trying to survive with the conservative mansion. And personally, I would like to put a motion on the floor to table it till the next meeting so we can get this straightened out. But
it's already been tabled. You can't retable something
that's
that's
on the agenda. You have to retable it.
Actually, Council President, this particular resolution should be withdrawn because
the content of it is defective based on things we learned after it was put on the agenda. I intend to come back hopefully by the next meeting with a different resolution that will address this matter. So we're really not tabling this resolution. I'm asking that this resolution be withdrawn, and as I said, hopefully within 2 weeks we'll have a different resolution for council's consideration.
So then I amend my motion to withdraw this.
Second.
Well, what's defective
Second.
about the resolution? What's defective?
Mr. Kaloji, could you
What was the question? Sorry, I couldn't hear it.
What's
The
defective
question
on the resolution?
what's defective in the
Well, for
resolution?
example, it says that the entity is a nonprofit entity. That's not correct based on information we received from the administration. There's a number of other issues in there that were raised. Again, I don't want to air out all the issues
but you have
pertaining
to
to
go. It's a public. It's a
I mean,
public.
I don't think that this is to protect the council. I don't want
the end of the
council
day-
voting on something that may be legally defective and cause us
That's
a
not
big
defective,
problem down the road.
Because that's not defective. All we have to do is amend that. If it's not
I
a
have a motion
nonprofit,
Floor.
all you have to, that's not a defect, Mr. Kaloji.
Yes, but there
There are a multitude of other issues that you and I
Well,
have
what
spoken about.
multitude? But why did you write that?
Wait a minute. Point of
Why
order.
did
There's
you
a
write
motion
that,
on the
Mr.
Point
Kaloji?
of order.
There's
I have the
a
floor.
point of order, Councilwoman Ball. There's a motion on the floor, and you know the motion has to be heard. Go right. So there's a motion on the floor, Ms. Penny Carter. Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson asked to withdraw this resolution until Mr. Kaloji can get it right for the next meeting. That's the motion on the floor, Ms. Carter.
Councilwoman Caldwell.
I don't even know what he's getting right.
But it was seconded by me.
Yes,
Okay.
I have that.
I vote
Okay.
yes.
Councilman Harrison,
Yes.
Councilman Michelle,
Yes.
Councilman Rodriguez,
No.
Councilwoman Vaughn,
Hell no.
Councilwoman Wilkins,
No.
Councilwoman McBride.
Okay, let me just say a couple things before I place my vote. First of all, even if you refuse to take it off, the language in it as a nonprofit is not correct, and plus there is no certification of funding. So why would you even want to put it up with no certification of funding? And third of all, I would like to say this should have been worked out long before this came back on the docket with that misinformation on it, based on the fact that Mr. Daniels and I and several council members met on 3 different occasions for this particular resolution. We even went as far as telling the recipient that the money had been approved, and all of a sudden, someone that I've never heard of before in my life pulled this resolution, and or refused to tell Mr. Zelensky to certify the funds. So there's a couple things that draws my attention. First of all, one of the reasons that they're using, saying that they have to investigate, well, they were ready to give $10,000, and they weren't talking about investigating those $10,000. But now that we said that we needed to help her because the doors were closed for under the pandemic because of the type of establishment she has, now it's about let us further look into this and see whether or not any of these matters should be investigated. But where was the investigation for the lousy $10,000? There was none. So that's the problem that I'm having, and I'm having a problem with Mrs. Zelensky not certifying the funding. And I will vote to withdraw it based on the fact that the language in the resolution is wrong. And I thought that Mr. Kaloji, as our attorney, should have gotten that language right. Wes has not weighed in on this resolution as the attorney that represents the city and represents the residents. He have not weighed in on this, and this has been over at least 6 weeks, and yet and still no word from Wes before they talking about we have to look into this. And who is this individual that is hired in the mayor's office that we never heard of before? Why was it taken out of the housing and economic director's hands? None of this is adding up.
Council President, you want me to answer those questions?
And no, I'm just making statements
because I'd be happy to read an email that I sent to this council about this issue. So for you to say that I haven't said anything is not right. I'm more than happy to read my email out that I sent May 31st at 6:22 p.m. about piggybacking off Mr. Kaloji's statement.
Mr. Bridges, no disrespect to you, but that was just yesterday.
Right, and it was brought to my attention last week, the issues. So for you to say I didn't give a statement is bullshit.
Yes, but in 6 weeks, you're going to send something to us.
6 weeks, I had nothing to do with it. When you send me a document, I look at it for legality. I look at it for legality, whether it's legal. When it comes to my attention that there are other issues, I'm going to deal with it. So please don't make misrepresentations that I didn't weigh in on this, because I did. And I have the email, and I'm more than happy to circulate it.
Mr. Bridges, you responded on the 31st. This resolution was on the docket. Not only was it on the docket for 6 weeks, but they were prepared to give her $10,000.
It was brought to my attention last week, the issues. Last week. Last week it was brought to my attention. Last week.
No.
Last week.
Mr. Bridges, point of order here. You signed the first resolution. You signed it to authenticate the legality of the resolution. So
correct, because it was legal. Correct.
If it was legal to give her $10,000, why isn't it legal to up?
It's still legal, and if this council wants to give this conservatory the money, I don't have a problem with that. I raised issues to protect the monies that this council is giving out. If this council wants to give $150,000 out and risk the fact that it may not go to this conservatory, it may go to the bankruptcy estate simply to pay creditors, and it will not save this, then this council can do that. But I put my opinion in the email. Mr. Kaloji has put his opinion in the email. And if this council wants to give him $150,000, we can amend the minor revision on that in terms of a nonprofit versus profit, and this council can vote on it. But our opinion has been put in email to this council that we need to look at this to make sure that the money is going where we want it to go, period. This has nothing to do with legality. It has to do with what's going to wind up with this money when it hits the bankruptcy estate. The bankruptcy estate is put in place to pay creditors, not to save a business, not to save an individual. The bankruptcy estate's job is to collect monies to pay creditors, often 10 cents on the dollar, and combined with the fact that we have a foreclosure because the bank is paying the taxes. So we have no way of tracking where this money is going. But if this council wants to give the $150,000, vote on it, give them the $150,000, but the opinion was put on there. We simply need to ensure that the money is going where we intend it to go. But again, if this body's will to give the $150,000 without doing that due diligence, clearly we will defer to you. We're simply belt and suspendering this to make sure the money's going where we intend it to go. And to say that nobody's weighed in on this, once it was brought to our attention that there were these issues, emails were circulated.
So, Mr.
Many
Kaloji,
emails.
do you concur with that, Mr. Kaloji?
I can tell you the first contact I've had with this matter was the day of the last council meeting. Based on very limited information, a resolution was prepared. It was tabled because there was no certification of funds. During that period, several days thereafter, I learned in a memo from the administration that there were a number of issues, that it was not a nonprofit, that there were issues of foreclosure, issues of bankruptcy, along the lines of what Mr. Bridges just, indicated. I know the council president has been involved with this, for a while, and other council people. I've just been involved with this since the last meeting. And we need to develop certain factual information so we can do the proper legal research and apply the law to it. The factual information is what we're in the process of setting up meetings to obtain, and we're going to work to have this done by the next meeting. Plus, we don't have a certification of funds, and it would be illegal for council to expend money by way of a resolution without a certification indicating that the funds are present. So, you know, I'm not saying everybody's not passionate in their position. I'm just saying that another 2 weeks shouldn't pose an inordinate burden on anyone, and hopefully we'll get this all resolved to everyone's satisfaction.
Well, in the interim, where's that?
So,
Madam President,
Where's the letter?
I'm gonna excuse
Madam
me.
President,
I'm
can I
gonna pass
have my
vote.
turn to speak?
No. You already had your turn, and I was speaking before my vote.
No, I didn't
He
speak.
never spoke.
I was supposed.
I was speaking before my vote. Do you mind, Councilwoman Vaughn?
I don't know why you're so angry.
Yeah, because you just keep interjecting when you shouldn't.
That's what you do.
When you wanted to speak before your vote, you were allowed that opportunity.
Okay, go ahead and speak. I'm not. All right.
And so I spoke
Fair.
before my vote,
Fair.
and now
I
want to place
apologize.
my
I
vote.
apologize. Fair. Apologize.
And now I want to place my vote. And based on Mr. Kolosi's opinion, I'm going to agree to withdraw it till we get the certification, until we get whatever he's going to do. He has to do it in 2 weeks. Period. Or if you can't get it done legally by giving us some legal statutes, then they need to certify that funding and get this money to this young lady, Mr. Pelosi.
Understood, Council President.
Can we get the letter from the administration that Mr. Kaloji referenced?
Yeah. Mr. Pelosi, can you send a letter that you have from the administration?
That was the email. I believe the Council President was. I believe I forwarded to her. I'll be happy to send that to the entire council.
Please.
Okay, all that information about bankruptcy and stuff. I need to know about that. When they went
I'll
to
send you whatever
bankruptcy,
I have,
all that stuff.
Councilman.
All righty. So, Miss Carter, I apologize. Could you move on to the next resolution?
Okay. Excuse me. Resolution 22-241 is a resolution supporting the creation and implementation. Oh, no, I'm sorry. 22-204, the resolution authorizing the appropriation of
You're going in and out, Miss Carter.
Resolution 22-204 is a resolution authorizing the appropriation of $1,320,000.
I don't understand what's going on with you, Miss Carter, but you're going in and out.
Well, I don't know either. Can you hear me?
Now we can.
It's 22-204, a resolution authorizing the of $1 million from the funds allotted to the City of Trenton under the American Rescue Plan Act of 20 for hiring and payment of seasonal workers and interns, and it was tabled by Ms. Wilkins.
And Ms. Wilkins has not offered to untable it. So,
okay,
there you have it.
Council President?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
I know that some of my colleagues wanted to speak to it. I don't know if it's something that we can speak to possibly prior to untabling, because I know they had some concerns.
Well, no, it has to be untabled in order to speak.
Okay,
Pelosi,
then is that correct, Mr.
Let me ask Mr. Pelosi.
Okay.
Mr. Pelosi?
Yes, ma'am.
Is
I'm sorry,
this is a
Council President.
tabled. This is a tabled resolution, and the Councilwoman Wilkins wants to know: do they speak to it before they untable it, or untable it before you speak?
This meeting, or was it tabled for the purpose of obtaining additional information?
It was tabled
Councilwoman
for additional information.
Has the information been received?
It was actually information to myself, Councilwoman Vaughn, and Rodriguez. I know that I received my information. I wanted to bring clarification with regards to theirs.
Well, if everyone is satisfied that they've received the information, the vote can be to untable it and place it on for consideration.
I didn't receive it.
Okay, so maybe we'll wait until the next meeting and give.
Because I didn't receive any.
Okay, we'll continue to table it and send the information out to all council members.
Did I ask you if you wanted for the weekend?
You may continue, Ms. Carter.
Okay. Resolution 22-228. The resolution awarding a contract to Resolution Corporation Incorporated to provide third-party administrative services for a period of 1 year, amount not to exceed flat fee of $125,000. CC 2022-01 with an option to extend for an additional.
We can't hear her, Council President.
I've expressed that to Ms. Carter 3 or 4 times.
I need to.
Yeah, but I don't know why my voice is going in and out. I can't explain that.
It has to be her phone.
Beg your pardon? Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes,
I hear
now
you, but you're going in and out.
when you start reading, your voice start going in and out.
Okay, I'll try to do better. It's a resolution 22-228. A resolution.
It's total. We cannot hear you at all now.
I don't know why I can't. I'm sitting on top of you. I don't know why you can't hear me.
Maybe it's the way you're moving. I don't know. I don't know where your mic is at. I don't have any of that information, but you're not coming through. It's in patches. Very spotty.
Maybe she should log in and then log out and log in again.
That's a good idea.
But if I do that, won't I lose everybody?
Will the recording stop, Council President?
Yes,
I don't
because
know
she owns the link.
Yeah, so she can't do that.
When you log back in, make sure the recording is on.
Wait a minute.
No.
Who has the link?
She does. She's the admin. She's the controller. She's the admin.
Let me call IT.
She should be able to share hosting.
Why can't they? Because I'm sitting on top of it. Can you hear me? They can't hear me. They can't hear me.
We can hear you now. But
You can?
yes, now we can.
Okay. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Oh, okay.
Oh my God. No, Miss Carter. As soon as you begin to speak, it just shuts you out. Yes. Now, what are you doing now that we can hear you? No, it's still.
Okay, Jerry, what are you saying?
Council President, I can help you with this. She would have to go in the link, log in at another link before she closes out this one. And then once she opens up into the other link, she closes out the old one. If she can distinguish the which one the initial one was already open without losing everybody.
Where's the IT person at?
Madam President, she is on the phone with IT right now.
Okay.
Can hear me?
We can hear you, but when you start to read the information, then it just totally.
You want me to turn my?
Goodness.
Council President, ask her maybe if she's near a fan or air conditioner or something, maybe?
Yeah.
Maybe that's interfering with it? Some kind of electronic device?
Okay, go into Outlook. Should I hit calendar?
Now, see you coming in loud and clear now.
Okay.
Nothing to see it when it keeps doing it.
Okay, join the meeting.
You're right. Your Xanax habit isn't half as interesting as what happens between you and TJ.
Derek C., will you mute yourself? Derek C.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay, now. Can you all hear me now?
Yes, better.
Yes.
Okay, they can hear me now. I'll try again. 20. All right. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, we can.
Okay. I don't know what he did, but okay. 22-228. Resolution awarding a contract through a competitive contracting process, Claims Resolution Corporation Incorporated, to provide third-party administrator services for the City of Trenton for a period of 1 year in an amount not to exceed a flat fee of $125,950, CC 2022-01, with an option to exceed the contract for an additional 2 years.
Council President?
Go right ahead. We gotta,
Well, you gotta move it.
yeah, you have to move it. You have to move it and second it.
Who's moving it?
I'll move it.
Second. Second.
Council President?
Yes, go ahead, Councilwoman.
Okay. The reason why I didn't move this one because they want to extend it for 2 years, and I thought we already had this discussion that we weren't going to just automatically give anybody contracts extending into 2 years. I don't know what the purpose of that is, but nonetheless, that's what my issue is, and I think it should be amended. I don't know who, if the administration to that.
This is Mr. Cruz. And Mr. Cruz, do you want to speak to this?
Yes, Madam President. Thank you for the opportunity. This contract, this advertisement that was actually put up for a 1-year contract with an option for a second and a third year. So we are only awarding a 1-year contract at this time. And then down the line, if we wish, once the contract expires or comes near expiration, we can come in front of council for another extension. But it's a 1-year contract with an option for a second and a third year.
I particularly don't like extensions. I prefer going out to bid. So can we amend that just to 1 year?
I would rather not, because we tend to have higher prices when we go on a year-to-year basis, because the companies most of the times hire individuals to have the contract and continue on for a couple of years. They make investments for a multi-year contract. So to award it for 1 year, you're probably going to see an increase in the amount.
I don't think that's true. I think market fluctuations.
I would.
I mean, that's just me. I mean, we can vote on it, but I would want to amend it just to one year.
At this time, I don't know that we have the legal parameters just to do it on the floor. It would have to be, we would have to probably throw the bids out, and there really is no reason to throw the bids out except that we don't want to do a 2 and a 3 year extension. The bids are actually, fair market, especially with this contractor. When you look at the other bid, the next bid is $175,000. So,
but we don't know if
the 100, right? It's 100. So,
but there's no guarantee that this particular. You said that the second bidder is 175,000, but in a year,
50, right.
A year or two, you don't know whether this particular contractor will increase their price.
Well,
and so at the end of the day, I mean, again, you always have an opportunity to. The market is fluid, is dynamic, so I trust the market, and I have trust the fair and open process. More competitive bids. I mean, I don't want to lock in. That's just my position. And 1 year contract. I wouldn't want to lock in 2 and 3 years out. I don't see the advantage. I think that disadvantage the city. So that's my position. I guess this is just a different opinion. And if my other council members want to chime in, they can. But I will not be. I would prefer to vote on this with a 1 year contract.
Councilwoman, Madam President, I would like to speak.
Go right ahead, Mr. Cruz.
Thank you, Madam President. If you look at one of the documents, Madam President, that I submitted with the resolution, you have 3 vendors. If the market was so hot and we have hundreds of people out there providing these services, there are only 3 people submitting a proposal. The one being the CRC. The first year is $125,950. The second bidder is $175,000 for the first year. For the second year, if Councilwoman Vaughn, as she states that the market may go down, so you don't see that trend in these prices. The CRC has $132,250 for the second year, and the other vendor went up to $178,000. For the third price for the third year, $137,750. The other vendor went to $182,070. So prices continue to climb, and I don't really see a need for us to actually go back and put this out for 1 year. We will be shortchanging ourselves, and that's my recommendation. And then council can vote at their wish.
Council President? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Lauren.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Yes, I really truly believe this is just an option for an extension for a second and third year. And there's going to be a new council, could be a new mayor. And I think that we need to leave that decision up to them and deal with the business at hand. Thank you.
Council President?
Go right ahead, Councilwoman Wilkins.
I just want to clarify with Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, with the option, because I was going to state something similar to what Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson stated, that it was an option. But with the option to extend for the 2-year, when it's time to renew, does the administration have to come back before the council to request to make the renewal?
That is correct. It's not an automatic. It's not an automatic renewal.
Right. Okay. And maybe at that time we can, prior to us saying, okay, we're going to renew, maybe we can do a little fact checking and check the market to see where the market is. Would that be possible, sir?
Yes, that is definitely possible.
Okay. All right. I just want a clarification on that because I knew the option, you didn't have to do it, but I just wanted to make sure that you would have to come back before council. Thank you, Mr. Cruz.
Thank you.
But Council President? I
Yes,
just
go
want
right
to
ahead,
quickly say
Councilwoman.
one thing. Yeah, you may not have to state what Councilwoman Wilkins just stated. Yes, we've done this before. We have received, this council has approved extensions or contracts that had options to extend on them. And the way it works for Councilwoman Wilkins' education, the way it works is they usually just come to council and say, okay, on this contract, it has an option to extend, so we're just going to extend it. And there was never a case where they went back out to RFP. So the option to extend is it's very convenient, and it makes it very easy for them not to go out to bid again. So, and that's the purpose of the option to extend. So by default, they have already told this particular vendor that they will probably, high probability, they will have a contract in the second year and the third year, which thereby really puts the city at a disadvantage because when a contractor knows he pretty much has a high probability of getting renewed second year, third year, guess what? The services go down and there's no reason for them to be competitive. So again, the automatic, I mean, I don't want to say it's an automatic because it's not, but it's close to it. So there is, yeah, they come back to council, but they come back with come back to the council with, we're going to do an option. This is a contract to contract, and we're going to exercise the option to extend, and they don't go back out to bid. There's no There's no appetite
They-
for it, and it's
Yeah.
embedded. Thank you.
They come back to council without checking the market.
That's true.
Comparing the
Absolutely.
market.
Mhm.
So this is going up for a vote, Ms. Carter.
Yes. Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson,
Yes.
Councilman Harrison,
Yes.
Councilman Michelle,
Yes.
Councilman Rodriguez,
No.
Councilwoman Vaughn,
No.
Councilwoman Wilkins,
I have to say no. No.
Council President McBride.
No.
Failed. Resolution 22-229. It's a resolution making temporary appropriations for interest and debt redemption charges prior to the final adoption of the CY 2022 budget for the city of Trenton. $28,801,000.
Mr. Cruz?
Hi, Madam President, the resolution I have in front of me actually matches the heading on the docket on the agenda.
28.
Not on,
Hold on.
not on mine. Yeah, but the resolution itself, the resolution I have is 26 million.
Madam, my apologies, Councilwoman Vaughn. Yes, Calvin Wilson. If you go to page 2, you will see that there's an additional $1.5 million, and then the total,
okay.
yes, is 28,184,505.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry about that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Alrighty.
You want me to do the roll call?
No,
Yeah.
I have, but I want to make a comment. This is,
Go
you're talking about 28 million?
Councilwoman.
Okay.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
We're talking about, this is the appropriation to the budget, right? Another temporary appropriation. And I just want the public to know that maybe they are aware, but our municipality, our government has not yet passed a budget for the calendar year 2022. And we're at halfway through the year. And that is a risky proposition for a municipality that's in fiscal distress and fiscal oversight by the state, that the state is allowing a municipality they have fiscal oversight over operate willy-nilly without a budget and allow the administration to continue to spend without a budget. So, but yet they want to argue about helping a citizen with $150,000 hardship. This is a joke. It's irresponsible, and 28 million emergency appropriation, but yet we don't sit down and have a hearing for the budget to pass the budget for the year. To understand the amount of revenues we have, the operating expenses. This is how we manage the city of Trenton. No wonder the FBI is here. This is how we're managing fiscal budget, the city of Trenton. When are we going to pass it? By the time we pass our 2020 calendar year budget, we're into year 2023. We're 6 months gone in the year, and they're asking for 28 million emergency appropriation. I just can't in good conscience even consider that or vote for it. We need to have hearings, budget hearings. They need to be scheduled as a matter of urgency. I will not pass another emergency appropriation, and particularly when our mayor has 5 subpoenas filed against him for improper or allegedly or have controls around procurement. This is no way to operate a city. There's no way for this council to be irresponsible. We are the stewards of taxpayer dollars, and we have not passed a budget, and we don't even have a schedule for hearing to do so. And no one is saying anything. We should not even be spending anything on this docket. We should not be spending another dime. We should just spend lights on, moratorium on every expense except for critical services of the city until we pass our budget. And we don't have to wait for DCA to tell us that. We're all smart enough and understand what our duties are. The state clearly is negligent. They don't care about Trenton. They just care about taking money out of Trenton. The FBI should put a subpoena on DCA, on the New Jersey Department of Community Affairs. They need to go in there and put a subpoena on them too. So all I'm saying is the city of Trenton needs to pass a budget, and the mayor needs to stop, and the business administrator needs to stop coming in here with some weak emergency appropriation. People want to know how their taxpayer dollars are going to be spent. The mayor needs to put forward a plan or resign. This is why we have no confidence in him. And so that's what I have to say about that. I'm not voting for this. I'm not voting for it.
Ms. Carter, you want to take this to the vote?
Council President?
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Harrison.
Do we have any idea when we're going to start the budget meetings up again?
Yes, as soon as Ms. Carter gets through the June 7th, which is, I believe, Tuesday's primary, and she will get with it.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you were saying.
I said as soon as you get through the June 7th primary, you would start putting some dates up for us.
Yes.
Madam President, can I speak to the resolution?
Yes, you can, Mr.
All right.
Cruz.
Thank you, Madam President. This resolution, Madam President, is actually addressing the interest and debt redemption charges for bonds and it's mostly bonds, for bonds that have been approved by the council. So this is money that we have to pay the people that are holding our bonds. It's not for luxury expenditures. It is for us to be responsible. If we don't want to get into being in a worse shape with Moody's and Standards and Poor's, I strongly recommend that this council adopts this resolution, because this is literally to pay previous bonds that have been approved by other councils, as well as this council for the last 3 years. That is all. Thank you.
Ms. Carter, you may take this to a vote. Ms. Penny
Okay.
Carter.
Yes, ma'am. Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson,
Yes.
Councilman Harrison,
Yes.
Councilman Michelle,
Yes.
Councilman Rodriguez,
No.
Councilwoman Vaughn,
No.
Councilwoman Wilkins,
No.
Council President McBride.
No.
It's defeated.
Inquest.
Resolution 22-230, a resolution authorizing and directing the foreclosure of 47 tax sale certificates totaling $1,603,450.89 pursuant to the NREM Foreclosure Act.
So, Ms. Carter, I wanted to speak to that because I'm having a real hard time supporting anything with foreclosures when I have had so many residents come to me expressing the fact that the tax collector will not give them information on their property, is so rude to them that they can't get any answers. She even took it upon herself one day last week to tell a resident that she wasn't entitled to her own mother's property. I mean, like 5 and 6 complaints about the tax collector. It's outrageous. So I'm thinking, what's going on here? You know, why are all these properties going into foreclosure? And then I find out that most of the people go down there to see about their property. She won't even speak to them. She makes serious judgments about determining whether a person is going to be homeless or not without even giving them the information that they need to save their homes. I have a problem with that. And that's all I have to say to that particular, resolution.
Council President, may I speak? Are we debating? Are we debating?
Yeah, I guess we got to go for the motion. I just stepped out of line.
So moved. Second. May I speak on this?
Yes.
Well, I agree with what you just said. I have gotten numerous complaints in writing and email, and I can share them with the administration, the mayor. It's egregious. I got a resident who went to pay. First of all, their calculation was wrong. Okay, let me just say that. Their calculation was wrong. And during the process of them trying to reconcile and figure out what the actual tax payment was on the property, they told the residents that, at the time they couldn't pay online, they got to come in person, they have to pay cash or by cashier check or money order or whatever the heck it was. And I guess the exchange got contentious, and she told them, I could just put your house in a status that's not going to help you. Pretty much, she said she was going to push their property to a tax lien. She was going to change the status of their property in the system to reflect, to move it at a state where the resident would have a challenge of retrieving their home. This woman is out of line, and she needs to be, the council needs to address that. And if she's not the right person to run our tax collector department, then we need to make a change there, because it's important that the residents have a partner in that department at this critical time in our country's recovery, and our city's recovery, economic recovery. So if there's issues with a director in her capacity refuse to work and partner with the residents of the city, because she doesn't live here, but she doesn't care. So as I said, and I know there's a lot of other council members who maybe gotten complaints from residents, but I have too many. One is too many, right? For somebody, when somebody comes down there and their house is their tax lien, they're trying to sort it out, they're trying to do the right thing and get it up to date and pay, and you encounter somebody that nasty. And we're talking about foreclosures. But hey, the foreclosures that are happening across the city, including one of the residents that's on the docket tonight. We have funds in the city. We have programs that can help. People can get on payment plans. Yes, there are time sensitive issues when you talk about foreclosures and tax liens, but there are some folks who don't even come close to being in a position where a tax lien applies, nor a foreclosure applies. But yet, some folks have found themselves pushed to certain statuses incorrectly, and they get no help to try to get that reversed or make it right. And this council needs to do something about that, because we have the powers to do something about it. And if we refuse to exercise our powers to do something about it, then we can't complain about Constance Ludens, and we cannot complain about Mayor Gussie Orr, because now the issue is on our desk and we have to resolve it. So I'll ask all my council members, what are we going to do about Miss Constance Ludens? Do we going to continue to allow her to run roughshod? So we have the power to shut her down, and we need to do it soon, because if I get another resident complaining about her, I will raise that rice notice myself, Council President.
And we may take this to the vote. Ms. Carter.
Yes, ma'am. Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson.
Yes.
Councilman Harrison.
Yes.
Councilman Michelle.
Yes.
Councilman Rodriguez.
No.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
No.
Councilwoman Wilkins.
No.
Council President McBride.
No.
It failed. Resolution 22-210, a resolution authorizing settlement of a civil action in the matter of the City of Trenton.
That should not be on the docket.
That should have been removed. Please forgive me. Resolution 22-231, a resolution authorizing an amendment to the contract which was awarded to Kimberly Stewart, the Esquire, 135 Kings Highway East, Haddonfield, New Jersey, 08033, to provide for prosecutorial services in the Trenton Municipal Court through a fair and open process, an amount not to exceed $50,000, in accordance with NJSA 19:44A-20.5 et sec, for a period covering May 1st, 2022 through December 31st, 2022.
So moved.
Second.
Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson.
Yes.
Councilman Harrison.
Yes.
Councilman Michelle.
Yes.
Councilman Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
I'm sorry, which one was this?
22-231.
I'm sorry,
The prosecutor.
oh yes, Kimberly, yes.
Councilwoman Wilkins.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Carried unanimously. Resolution 22-232, a resolution authorizing payment for a contract with Winzinger, Inc., 1704 Marine Ave Highway, Post Office Box 537, Hainesport, New Jersey, 08036, awarded on an emergency basis for demolition services at 840 Parkside Avenue in the city of Trenton.
Do they have an amount? I don't see an amount in the title. Let me look at the resolution. Shouldn't it be an amount there?
It's the second whereas.
Yeah, I see the
61,000.
second whereas. Look. 22-232.
The amount is $61,124.
How much is it? I can't find it.
$61,124.
They started out at 17,000 under the rehab program, the 11.5 million, and now they're up to 61,000 per house. Okay. You may take the roll call, please.
I need a motion and a second.
So moved.
Second.
Council President,
Yes, go right ahead.
is Mr. Director Daniels, I'm sorry, is Director Daniels on the line? Is he available? Because I'm looking at the dates of this resolution and the dates are quite old. Is Mr. Daniels?
Good evening, Council President. I'm on the line. Permission to speak?
Could you explain, like, why is it so old?
Yes, ma'am. This was a private property. It's been protracted. The city initially sent out many summonses and declarations to the property owner. Property owner at first said that he was going to take care of the problem. They were going to take care of the problem, did not take care of the problem. Notices sent out from the city vis-a-vis electronic communication, vis-a-vis postal took about 4 months. Ma'am, there was an extension of time just due to the protracted nature and actually going to court. Finally, the city had to take action as the building began to crumble and fall down. While the building was not encumbered to any other structures around it, we wanted to ameliorate the hazard, quite frankly, to public and the justice of public safety.
And the cost, 61,000, why was it? I mean, I heard what Council President said with regards to, how large was this structure? Maybe because of the size of the
There are
structure?
pictures that we sent pictures in the package, ma'am.
I have pictures. Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
Right.
and I would add, and as recently demonstrated, emergencies cost a little bit more because you're mobilizing, and in many cases, a lot of these are not claw takedowns. They may be hand takedowns. They could even include sidewall repairs. While this one, I don't believe, no, it did not include a sidewall repair or anything that would have made the cost go up. However, anything just like on a Friday night, for instance, last week, we had an emergency demolition in the East Ward, and just because it was a Friday night and it was a holiday weekend, costs go up immeasurably.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Daniels. I appreciate that.
You're welcome, Councilwoman.
You want me to do the roll call?
Yes, yes, go ahead.
Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson,
Yes.
Councilman Harrison,
Yes.
Councilman Michelle,
Yes.
Councilman Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaughn,
No.
Councilwoman Wilkins,
Yes.
Council President McBride.
No.
It was carried. Resolution 22-233, A resolution accepting a bid and awarding a contract to PMY Construction Corp. For demolition services at various locations throughout the city of Trenton, the Neighborhood Revitalization and Rehabilitation Pilot Program in an amount not to exceed $728,400 per bid 2022-07.
We need a motion and a second.
So moved.
Second.
Council President, I just have a
Yes.
comment. Can someone explain to me, okay, so PMY Construction, they're going to be another construction company that's going to be demolition. So, I mean, since I've been on this council, so we have IDN, we have PMY. I mean, everybody, you know, give a demolition contract to everybody, anybody. It's just getting ridiculous. So I just want to know, what is a pilot? So they said there's a pilot project here. What does pilot mean? Can Mr. Cruz explain to me what's a pilot contract?
Mr. Daniels.
Sorry?
I said it, Mr. Daniels, too.
Oh, no, I want Mr. Cruz, the business administrator. I want him to understand what's a pilot.
Councilwoman, you have Director Daniels, and you also have Miss Sally, who is the attorney who is overseeing the department. No,
I'm asking you, Mr. Cruz. You are the business administrator of the city of Trenton by statute. So
I am fully aware of that, Councilwoman.
I asked Mr. Daniels. I asked him right now. I'm asking you, what's a pilot? And the procurement department falls under you as well, right? Contracts, right? That fall under you. So I want to know, and you sign those, you sign off on these resolutions. So I want to know what a pilot is.
Councilwoman, if you need a resolution, I'll read you the resolution on the record, if that is what you wish me to do. It is explained here, the work that is being done. It's regarding 19 abandoned properties that are being taken down throughout numerous streets in our city. And the process can be easily explained by the director who oversees the department as well as the program that he is using for this.
Okay, so very well. Thank you, Mr. Cruz. Okay, so I didn't get any answer from you. So that means you have no clue what's going on in the city. So, in your departments. So, Mr. Daniels, tell me what your boss can't tell me. What is a pilot program?
Council President, permission to speak?
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Daniels.
Basically, and arguably, we could have even left that out, pursuant to the grantor, that language may even be necessary. I would adhere to Sally Samuels, our attorney, but pilot just simply, it's not to be confused with payment in lieu of taxes or anything like that, a deep dive like that. It's just a pilot as it relates to one time out, proving our mettle within this program, so.
Okay, so I know what a pilot is. That's why I'm asking, because I find it concerning that you hire a company that their expertise is demolishing buildings. So you got to have a proven expertise to go out there and demolish buildings. But yet the grant says, the funding says it's a pilot. So, but they have sufficient number of buildings, or that that you are contracting with them to tear down. So a pilot to me means much, maybe 1, 2. we are under a subpoena for not using monies for projects or programs that the money was intended for. So I don't know if this group of properties fall under the definition of a pilot. So I want to know. I want to see the. I mean, I just don't think it falls in the definition of a pilot. But go ahead, Sally Samuels. You. I mean, maybe you can educate us.
Thank you, Councilwoman Vaughn. Council President, may I speak?
Yes, you need to speak up, Ms. Samuels, because we can barely hear you.
Okay, is this better?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you so much, Council President, and thank you, Councilwoman Vaughn, for the question. So pilot just means experimental. It's like an experimental program, and that name wasn't really provided by the city. That's a name that NJHMFA through, buying through DCA buying through NJHMFA gave the program. It was like a program that was like one of the first of its kind under the Christie administration, and it's a reimbursement program. And it was, basically, put together in order to address blight in different areas. And so that's why it has the terminology pilot, but it's not anything that the city sort of put into the title. That's just the name that it was given. The entire program was named the Neighborhood Revitalization and Rehabilitation Pilot Program. So it's not that we're giving a contract, by chance to a company that doesn't have the experience or the wherewithal or the bandwidth, as maybe the name, the name in and of itself may be deceiving, but it just means an experimental program being the first of its kind. And it's really the first and the last, because there's no other program like it. It's a reimbursement program, and what most of these demolitions have to get approval from HMFA. So the specifications before they even go out to bid have to be approved by HMFA, because we have to know in advance whether the services will be reimbursable. And so there are multi-steps to this program before it even comes to council for approval. It has to be approved and cleared by NJHMFA, and then we're able to proceed and bring it to council for final approval and adoption. And award.
I agree with, partly, actually, I agree a lot what you just stated about what a pilot usually means. So I suspect that with what I'll just add on to what you said, when monies are given to an organization and they put a term on it like a pilot, it means, small, experimental, like you said, and it also tends to mean a test for the city of Trenton to maybe demo a couple of properties, so we can learn how it works, and, to assess the feasibility of how to plan to take down these buildings going forward. So like you said, I guess HMFA wants to know whether the city of Trenton, passed that experiment. So I would assume that you probably had to give them some reports about how well your pilot went. And so this group of houses are your pilot, or did you already, or are you late, conducting a pilot? It seems like to me that your pilot was way overdue, and you haven't done a pilot. You haven't done a feasibility study. You just jumped right into it. Because I would like to see the results of the feasibility study or the pilot, or which houses were part of the pilot. Is this the pilot?
Yeah, actually, Councilwoman Vaughn, the council has already previously approved many resolutions under this program. Again, I don't want the title or the name of the program.
No, you already explained. I know what it is. So I'm just asking you, do you have the report from the pilot? Do you have the report that you submitted? Can you share that with the council?
We have several reports because we have other resolutions that have already been approved under this program for demos in different locations throughout the city. This is not the first resolution under this particular program. This is one of many. And so I'm sure that we can provide buy-in through the Department of Housing and Economic Development, the information that you're requesting. But this is not the first resolution that council has approved under this particular pilot program. This is one of
again. I guess you're right, and I don't want to keep going back. I don't want to beat a dead horse here. All I'm saying to you is that we should not be approving multiple resolution under a pilot program. A pilot program is just what it says, pilot. You're supposed to do a couple of houses, and you're supposed to report back as to how that program went. A pilot is not ongoing. So the fact that you said that if we did that, that was not good. So we need to, put on the brakes here a little bit. Slow your roll, because a pilot is not an ongoing program. And if you keep using this program and putting houses onto it, you are supposed to use this money for a pilot. A certain group, you're supposed to give a report and tell outline lessons learned, what you did, how you're going to plan going forward. And I just want to see, what your assessment was. It doesn't appear you did one. Because you're saying a pilot. So that's all I want to say about it. But I will be writing up a little note as a takeaway of this meeting that I want to see the outcomes of your pilot program and what the Housing and Economic Development learned from it, and how they use that data and that information and that experience and that experiment to move forward with a more comprehensive demolition plan for the city of Trenton. Maybe that's what the mayor should have used as the input to his 1,000 houses in 1,000 days strategy. Maybe the results of the pilot should have helped him achieve that 1,000 houses in 1,000 days. But it seemed like a pilot wasn't done, and we're just willy-nilly with these taking down these houses. But that's all I have to say, and I will be putting this in a formal email that I want to see your report that you gave to HFMA on the pilot program. Thank you, Council President.
Okay, so
Council President, if I might.
No, Mr. Daniels, I want to chime in before you say anything, and then I'll yield the floor to you.
Thank you.
I understand this program. This is the program that the former governor allotted 11 point some odd million for us to take down and demolish some of the blight in the city. So we were supposed to, under the first guidelines of this program, we were to take down individual houses, demolish them, and the cost for the individual housing was to be $17,000, between $17,000 and $24,000. So when we started using up the funding, that is when the ex-director came up with this here, the name revitalization, rehabilitation, because the program originally was a demolition program. So they came back and said, hey, you know what? We need to stabilize the homes that is connectors. And if we do that, and if we say we're revitalizing, then we can spend more money. Well, I voted against that because it made no sense. Because anytime you take down a home, you demolish a home, if it's a connector, you always had to stabilize the other home. But my problem with this is the revitalization program only offered up between $17,000 some $1,000 per home. So a lot of the demolition that you were doing, you said, hey, they're emergencies. So you went up as far as 61,000, 100,000 to demolish those properties under the guise of it was emergency. Now you got this here resolution, and this resolution has 19 different homes on it. Under the guidelines of that program, the revitalization, rehabilitation program, those houses aren't supposed to go over $20-some thousand to take them down. They're not supposed to come up to 728,000 because none of them are deemed right now an emergency. Because if we pass this resolution, we know the houses need to come down. We need to act on them, but they're not considered emergency.
That's
so
right.
The price that you're paying on these properties is outrageous because under the initial agreement with that 11.5 million, the houses should have been taken down for between 17 and 24. So when you give me a resolution for $728,000, none of these properties are emergencies. How in the world did we get to 728,000 when we should have only been paying at tops $25,000 for these structures? Unless you went there and saw that it was that we had to really do some extra stabilization. So I just don't get this price. Not under the program, not under the revitalization program. I don't get these prices, and that's the problem that I'm having, Mr. Daniels. I know what the program is. I know why Governor Chris Christie put the money into the HF mortgage company because they didn't trust the city with the money, and they didn't trust that we would get the job done properly. Now here we go with 19 houses for $728,000. That's not what the rules stated, and I don't understand how we got to those numbers.
Council President?
No, I'm waiting for Mr. Daniels because I cut him off. I told him he would have the floor after I finished.
Thank you, Council President. Only thing that I'm willing to add to that simply is, and while I may be somewhat late in the game and understanding, and I agree with you that under prior administration, gubernatorial administration, this money was put out there under the neighborhood revitalization and rehabilitation pilot program, I would simply say that these houses are inclusive of what council has already passed by way of, here I give you some citation, 2021-50, 20-2021-51, 2022-22, and 20-22-23. I would say that while the bar has been raised somewhat, I would speak to the fact that we're in a post-pandemic world. Gas has gone through the roof. Diesel fuel has gone through the roof. Almost everything has gone through the roof. And while it's not 17,000 or 24,000, it does average out to about $38,336 per structure to take down, almost half of what an emergency demo would cost. The reason why the structure price go down is simple. I mean, when you mobilize these heavy equipment, heavy machinery, dumpsters, men, and everything like that, and you already have them on site, costs go down. Now, while, fortunately in the capital city, and if I had a thing that keeps me awoke at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, it's that no person is maimed, injured, or killed by a brick falling down or a wall falling down or one of these properties that we need to bring down. While I would admit these properties that we're looking to bring down.
Daniels,
yes, ma'am.
Mr. Daniels, let me just say this to you, right? So we have 19 properties here, right? And
Yes,
the
ma'am.
19 properties shouldn't be no more than $24,000 because they have not been deemed like an immediate emergency, right? So by giving you 24,000, that's like maxing it out. So if I would add $300 more thousand to these properties, I would need to know how many of the 19 properties are connectors. I would need to know how many of these properties are standalones, and I would need to know if there were any residents living in any of the connectors in order for me to be able to say, you 400 and some thousand dollars is 456,000 for the 19 homes with the maximum of 24,000. So show me each one of these properties so I could justify the other 300,000, because right now it's not justifiable. Under that program, we were only supposed to spend 17,000 per home. You've taken that and now you're spending 24 for 19 homes plus 300,000 more. So now I need to see how many of these homes that are connectors that need to be stabilized, as they say, and when they changed the language, because the language was never revitalization, rehabilitation. The language was demolition, a demolition pilot program that Chris Christie gave us 11 point some odd million dollars to demolish the blight. Now, so the greater Trenton came back saying, hey, we want to stabilize and revitalize, but I need to know, out of these 19 homes, how many of them are actually connected to another property, how many of them are that stand alone, because the difference is if the houses are standing alone and the most that you need to spend on them based on the agreement with that demolition pilot program is 24,000. So I would need to know why and how we came up above that number for each property. And that's what I'm not getting here. So that's why I would be very reluctant to spend more than $24,000 on these homes unless you could show me where they're connected at.
Ma'am, I would be willing to take you out on you and whatever other council member that would like to. I would take you out on site visits on each one of those and absolutely show you the specifications on each and every one of these. What I would simply tell you is this package is before you because these houses represent imminent dangers that need to come down, that were either done and identified by residents that said that they need to come down immediately.
All of them are imminent danger because kids can go in them all. What I said to you 1,000 times in this conversation was the maximum was 24,000, unless you can show me that they're all connectors, that they are all connected to
Council President.
And ma'am, what I would say to you is we bid this out. We got 6 bids back, and we went with the lowest bidder.
Council President.
Well, then the bid should have been discarded if they weren't connectors. If they weren't connectors, Mr. Daniels, if they weren't connectors, if they did not, if they were houses that set by themselves alone, I don't understand why we would be spending the maximum more than $24,000 on them. And that's my bottom line. Councilman Harrison,
Council President. Page 4, Council President. Okay, on page 4, it states, in addition to being the lowest responsible bidder, these prices are the closest to the HMFA reimbursement target of $35,000 per property. Each one's $38,000.
No, it's not supposed to be. It wasn't supposed to be $35,000, Joey. I already know. I was there, and you were.
Well, it's right there. Read page 4. It says it right there.
$35,000 was not the okay.
Council President.
It says it. It says it right there. It's the lowest responsible bidder. The other contracts, the bids.
You're only supposed to spend $17,000 on the houses, Mr. Harrison. $17,024 at the most. Not no $35,000. $35,000 is a connector and needs to be separated, and the other home needs to be restabilized.
Council President,
So
you're correct. You're correct. And if Council, I'm sorry, Council President, you're correct. And some of those houses are connected. Some of them do require sidewall repairs. While I gave you the average cost over 19 houses at 700 and whatever the aggregate was, I'm simply also certifying to you that some of those houses will cost more simply because they cannot be brought down by machinery or claw. They have to be brought down by hand, and sidewall repairs and backfill included. So yeah, I gave you the average, but there's also like you can't say 19 houses and they're all equals. You have to say 19 houses. And we absolutely, if council requires that, we categorize 1 through 19 from now on, that house number 1 represents what I would call a clear and present danger to the health and welfare of the residents of the capital city, then we can do that.
They all are clear
Council President,
okay,
can I just say something real quickly?
Why aren't we taking them down?
I just want to say this, and we've said this in prior meetings. When we first came on the council, there was a pilot program, and by this time, I thought the 11.5 million, we gave it to Greater Trenton, and they were tasked with doing this demolition, and of course, no results. What a surprise! One of those do nothing nonprofits who don't do shit but take our money, but. The other thing is, we still have these houses. There has never been a plan put forward. And the reason why I question the pilot, because you talk about emergency. There's nothing emergency about any of these buildings. And I remember the previous director was here, pretty much agreed to that. These buildings have been in this condition for years. There is no emergency. And I want Mr. Kaloji again to remind us what an emergency is, because we tend to forget. If you know about these buildings, Mr. Daniels, there's no emergency. An emergency will be happening right now with these buildings falling down on somebody right now, this very minute, and it's not happening. So what you need to do is have a plan that's made available to the public, that we can all see, that the buildings are prioritized, so people on the street where there's a building, like there's one on my street. So I could see that, 38 Hillcrest Avenue is going to be torn down on August 1st. You don't have a plan like that. So you're just going around on a weekend looking at buildings and say, oh, look at the bricks. They're on the ground. That's an emergency. Let me call Carroll Construction up and make it an emergency contract. That is not an emergency. And I just want Mr. Kaloji again to tell us what the definition of an emergency contract. Mr. Kaloji?
Yeah, Council President?
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Kaloji.
Yes. Emergency contracts are defined in a local public contracts law. Essentially, it's something that's unforeseeable, something that's fairly immediate, something that waiting would cause a danger to the citizenry or, to additional property damage, et cetera. We did a detailed memo on the law on emergency contracts. We shared it with the administration. I'm going to pull it up and I'm going to send it back out to council and to Mr. Bridges to remind everyone exactly what the criteria are. If it's something that you've got weeks to deal with, then it's not an emergency. If it's something that you don't, then it may very well be. But everyone is factual, and by the time it gets to the council, we have to assume that it's been vetted in accordance with the provisions of the emergency section of the statute. So other than that,
yeah, thank you very much. So it's fair to say that none of these none of these listed on this list is an emergency. So Mr. Daniels, you got some real homework to do, and it's about time that we finally get a plan in place that's made public, that makes sense, that has a priority, and I spoke about this, and I requested this type of report from our previous director, that you need to prioritize. You need to prioritize by risk. But to just say, label everything an emergency, it doesn't, and it's not an emergency, then that's just fraud. That's fraudulent.
Councilwoman Vaughn, you're absolutely correct. I'm not asserting that these are emergencies. I'm saying that they're imminent hazards that need to be come down.
So they need to come, and we all know that. So what you need to do is put a plan together. So instead of coming up with a resolution, just put a full comprehensive plan together, and cost it out, and tell us which ones are high priority that has imminent danger, and the ones that can wait another year or two. I don't know, but
part of the plan is many of these houses that are on this list were turned in by residents who simply said, this blight, this danger needs to be taken out of our community.
But to help the residents, the whole gamut. Like everybody is going to come to you and say, the one on my street is the one that's the worst. But that's why we have professionals at City Hall supposed to tell the residents that this is our plan here, and we have your particular concern on the list, and this is going to happen on this date. Where's that plan? Where's that prioritization? Where's that study?
When you're talking about the preservation of life, waiting on that plan is just far too costly.
All right, please don't interrupt me. That is not a plan or a feasibility study that you're talking about. It's not a plan. A plan is done. So you're telling me that your plan is based on the fact that you get a phone call from a resident that says, I got a house that needs to be taken down, and then you deem that an emergency? No, that's not a plan. That's running off the seat of your pants, sir. What you need to do is come up with a comprehensive plan, a demolition plan across the city, and present that to the resident and be able to point and let them know and give them the comfort level that you got that house on the radar and you plan to take it down in the next 4 or 3 weeks. But going around giving folks false expectations just because they say I'm going to call next week and say, the house on West State Street needs to be taken down. Somebody on the east side is going to say the house on East State Street needs to be taken down. Is that how you prioritize?
No, we do have a strategic demolition plan, ma'am.
Okay, so publish it so the city can see it.
I don't have a problem doing that, ma'am. What I am simply, I'm coming before the council.
If you have that, we were asked to give a list. Every council member was asked to give a list of houses, 4 or 5 houses 10 houses that they want in their ward to be taken down. We gave that list. Mr. Michel can vouch for that. So that hasn't happened. So all I'm telling you, if you have that plan, please send it to me. Put it on your website so that I can tell the residents in the West Ward when certain houses that require demolition are going to be taken down. And if your plan is for each resident to call, and supposing residents never call it in, supposing somebody never call it in, so it doesn't get addressed, that's what you're saying.
No, that's not what I'm saying, ma'am. If you go across the city and you see... No,
I don't have to go across the city.
No, I'm just speaking.
That's your job.
Ma'am, I'm speaking to...
Please just don't say. All I want, Council President, all I want is the plan. Can they give us the plan so we can get it out to the residents, so we can publish it, so everybody can see it, and we're all on the same page. And we meet expectations, and we understand what the costs are going forward, and of the demolition, in the city of Trenton. That's all I want. The plan.
I can respect that, Councilwoman, and what I would simply say that you will see many structures.
But I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to the council president. I said, Council President, I would appreciate if she can get the plan from you and distribute it to the whole entire council.
Not a problem.
Council President?
Thank you.
Council President?
I
want a plan.
Point of order. I understood your request, and Mr. Daniels understood it too. And we'll be expecting something from Mr. Daniels. So we got that. Councilwoman Caldwell
Council
Wilson.
President.
Yep, okay. So I don't know if you understand, but some of those properties are attached to other properties, and they may not be falling down with the bricks falling down, but the people who live next to them have to suffer with water leaks, infestations, all of that. There's a lot more to that than Ms. Bond's alluding to. And I know for a fact on Brunig and Camden Street is a disgrace. And I believe that people are calling up and complaining about these properties. Because on Brunig Avenue, they've been complaining about them for years. And now they've just gotten worse. So the council president is right. If Mr. Daniels can give us a list or take us out there, and you will be able to identify the ones that are attached to homes that people are living in. They're the priority. Thank you.
All righty, so we got to keep this
President.
moving. We still have a whole full
Council
document
President.
to go and executive session. We're
Right.
gonna
I
move
got to
on,
say something
Mr.
quick,
Harris.
Council President. Yeah, I
We're
got
gonna
something
move
quick
on,
to
Mr.
say.
Harris.
I have
We're
something
gonna
quick
move
to
on,
say. You
Mr.
let everybody else ramble on.
Miss
Miss Bond
Penny
is talking all
Carter.
night. You just let him
Director
speak.
Daniels
Penny
did not
Carter.
have a list.
Go ahead, move
The
forward,
previous director.
please.
Previous director.
Council
Not
Carter.
Director.
A point of order, Miss Carter. Let's move
Yes.
on. We are still in front of an executive session. Let us move this forward. Mr.
Council President, I wanted to speak to it. I didn't have an opportunity.
We're moving this on. We wasted too much time on it. Miss
Councilwoman Vaughn,
No.
Councilwoman Wilkins,
Yes.
Council President McBride.
No.
It carries. Resolution 22-234, a resolution awarding a contract through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44A-20.4 et sec to Roberts Engineering Group LLC for engineering design and construction services for the reconstruction of various streets for a period of 1 year from May 20th, 2022 to May 19th, 2023 in an amount not to exceed $146,000 under RFP 2022-11.
So moved.
Second.
Miss Carter, could you go
President?
take?
So I'm
Yes,
just going to be consistent here. I'm sorry.
You're gonna have to move it along, Councilwoman.
Well, yeah, I just want to be consistent here that, again, they're moving the contract all the way out to 2023.
All righty. Ms. Penny Carter, let's take this to the vote.
Councilman Wilson,
Yes.
Councilman Harrison,
Yes.
Councilman Michelle,
Yes.
Councilman Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaughn,
No.
Can't hear her.
Councilwoman Wilkins,
Yes.
Council President,
you're going back out, Ms. Carter. Councilwoman Vaughn,
no, I got her vote.
you have a vote?
Oh.
So are you waiting for my vote? I can't hear you.
Yes.
Ms. Penny Carter, we are having a serious problem.
Councilwoman.
What was the vote?
Council President McBride,
No.
it carried. Resolution 22-235, a resolution exercising the option to extend the negotiated contract for an additional 1 year awarded to Pool Boys Pool and Spa LLC in an amount not to exceed $75,000.
So moved.
Second.
Any conversation? No conversation. Ms. Penny Carter, go to the vote.
Wilson,
Yes.
Councilman Harrison,
Yes.
Yes.
Councilman Rodriguez,
Yes.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaughn,
No.
Councilwoman Wilkins,
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Carried. Resolution.
Council President?
No. We're going to go through this docket. Go right ahead, Ms. Penny Carter.
Resolution 22-238, a resolution awarding a contract through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44A-20.4 et sec to U-Tiles Inc. for consulting and designing services for, satellite leak detection of distribution system for a period of 1 year from June 30th, 2022 to June 2nd, 2023, in amount not to exceed $91,000 under RFP 2022-5.
So moved.
Second.
Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson. Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson.
Yes.
Councilman Harrison. Councilman.
Ms. Penny
Oh,
Carter.
you're muted.
It's cutting out again.
Mr. Harris, she's asking for your vote.
I already voted yes. She's trying to get George's vote.
Councilman.
Yes. Yes.
Councilman Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
No.
Councilwoman Wilson.
Yes.
Council President.
No.
It carried.
Council President?
Yes.
We didn't have a meeting on Tuesday, so I don't think this is prudent for us not to be able to debate issues.
Well, we are, but we cannot spend 20 minutes.
I know, but again, we did not meet on Tuesday. The public is still here.
But the public still wants to
but
speak.
But I feel like you're suppressing. You're suppressing.
Okay, well, good. I'm glad. Thank you for your concern, Ms. Penny Carter.
Resolution 22-239.
And this is the only. So this is for Tuesday and Thursday. So of course we expect.
Go ahead, Ms. Penny Carter.
Resolution 22-239, a resolution accepting a bid.
Screen. Can they move it up on the screen?
It's not even on the screen. It hasn't been showing since we've been. What are you talking about? There's nothing on the screen. It hasn't been on the screen all evening.
Yes, it has.
No, well, I don't see it. It is not. I don't see it on my screen.
The Department of Water and Sewer is 22-238.
Again, I can see it on my screen.
Well, I can't help what you have on your screen. I'm telling you on mine.
Well, you should.
Department of Water.
Well, I'm telling you that after your meeting at 10, of course you don't care about anybody else but yourself. So I'm just telling you that half the people in your meeting can't see it.
Can we move the screen up? Can we move the screen up, Ms. Carter? Who's operating the screen?
I'd have to ask IT. Oh, not sure why.
Move it up to 239.
Okay, let me see. Why it's not even. Can you move the screen up?
Who is the IT person? Okay, we're at 239.
It's there.
Resolution
Okay.
22-239, a resolution accepting bid and awarding a contract to Garden State Laboratories, Inc. for sewer utility laboratory analysis of solid waste and wastewater for a period of 2 years from May 6, 2022 to May 5th, 2024 in an amount not to exceed $101,370 at $50,685 per bid, 2022-27.
So moved.
Second.
Any conversation? Let's see, no conversation. Ms. Carter, go to the vote.
I can't hear her.
No one can.
Hello?
Just vote, Joe.
Yes. That's why we got to go back live. Yes. Are you talking to me?
Yes.
Councilman.
Chico, vote.
My vote is going to be yes.
Okay. Councilwoman Vaughn.
Yes. I mean, no.
I'm sorry.
I'm voting no.
Councilwoman Wilson.
Councilwoman Wilkins, you're on mute.
I apologize. No.
Council President. Aye.
No.
It carried. An ordinance, I'm introducing an ordinance 22-20, an ordinance amending ordinance 19-37 entitled an ordinance creating seasonal positions, fixing the salary range therefore, and setting forth certain regulations for the implementation of the same, scheduling the public hearing for July.
Shouldn't this be removed
July
based on the
7th,
fact that this,
2022.
the ordinance company in this was tabled? The resolution accompanying ordinance, the other ordinance for the resolution for the funding for the seasonals was tabled. Should this be removed until the next?
Council President, this is Maria Richardson. May I speak?
Yes, because I'm trying to figure out if this should have came off because the resolution had not been untabled.
I would not recommend moving the ordinance, Council President, just because the ordinance needs 2 readings.
Okay.
And it will not affect the outcome of the resolution once we put the resolution back on the docket.
All righty.
Thank you.
All righty.
Council President, may I speak on this?
Yes, we have to get we have to move it and then get a second.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Okay, so I just want to quickly say, I think your suggestion was correct, that it should not be moved until we sort out the methodology and approach to funding the positions, the seasonal positions, the youth positions, the interns, and in certain departments. And secondly, I don't think it should be moved because we have not yet, again, finalized the budget for the city of Trenton. So, you can't propose spend the money and you haven't done the prudent thing of passing the budget, passing the municipal budget. So a director who puts up an ordinance like that, it's just unreal. You should worry about every single one of these directors should come to council and say, when are we going to pass a budget? Not one of them even questioned it, not even the business administrator. That just tells you the incompetent. So no, it should be moved. We should not move forward with that. They want to fund and hire and give salaries.
Councilwoman, do you want to put a motion on the floor?
No, I'm not voting for this.
I said, do you want to put a motion on the floor?
No, I'm putting a motion on the floor. I'm not moving this. We shouldn't even be discussing it.
Do you want to put a motion on the floor, Councilwoman?
No, I do not.
You don't. You don't want to. Okay. I can't with you.
No, I do not. I do not.
Council President?
Yes, Councilwoman Wilson.
I just want to speak to it briefly. I think the reason that we have to do this is because, of course, it requires 2 readings, but we have to set it in place because this is for the seasonal people in order to, once we get everything situated with the seasonal budget next council meeting, if we don't have these things in place, we won't be able to increase the salaries for the labor. Yeah, this is setting it in place. I mean, I don't know when the second reading will be, if it will be at the same time, but we have to move this forward because if not, it will push us back a couple of months. And the seasonals, once they do start, they will have to start at whatever the original rate is that was proposed by the administration to pay them. I believe that this is to set things in motion so that we can move forward in order to pay them properly.
What a joke. Why didn't you say that about the budget, Councilwoman Wilkins? Say that about the budget.
No.
You need to finalize the budget.
Councilwoman Vaughn, now you're not, you already said.
You need to finalize the budget.
Vote for the vote.
Council President. You can't attack another colleague now.
I didn't attack anybody. I made a statement.
Okay, go ahead,
Council President, may I speak?
Wilson. Yes, you may.
Yes, I actually agree with Councilwoman Sonia Wilkins that we have to move this forward. We can't keep just plugging up everything, and this has to do with seasonal help that need to get paid, and we want them to start on the time, the deadline that they want them to start. So please, I plead with you to move this forward. Thank you.
So Ms. Penny Carter, take this to the vote, please. Ms. Carter.
I vote yes.
Joe, vote.
Yes. I vote yes.
Michelle, yes.
Rodriguez, yes.
Councilwoman Vaughn?
No.
Councilwoman Wilkins?
Yes.
Council President?
Yes.
It passed.
So I would like, we have executive session, but before we go into executive session, I would like to give the public an opportunity to speak. Is this the end of the docket here?
Yes.
All righty. So
yes.
I want to.
Yes.
Councilman Michelle?
Yes.
Councilman Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaughn?
Yes.
Councilwoman, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaughn?
Yes.
Councilwoman Wilkins?
Yes.
Council President McBride?
Yes.
Now, are we keeping to the usual?
Councilwoman Vaughn, can you give me a show of hands for the public comment, please?
All right. Number one, Councilwoman Marge Carla Wilson should put her hand down.
Yes.
Okay. Please put your hand down, Councilwoman.
You got it.
Thank you. The first person is Maurice Hallett.
Go right ahead, Mr. Hallett.
Excuse me, Council President.
Yes.
I think Ms. Penny Carter was trying to state something to you about the amount of time the public is to speak. I think she faded out. Did you want to?
You're right.
Did you want to? Well, do you want to vote to have a 3-minute limit to the public?
Yeah, I want to. 3 minutes, please. 3 minutes. Yes, absolutely. Yes, I move that we make.
We would have to vote it. Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson.
What are we voting on?
3-minute rule.
3 minutes.
Yes.
Councilman Harrison.
3 minutes? Yes. Should apply to us too. 3 minutes.
Councilman Michelle.
Yes.
Councilman Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
No.
Councilwoman Wilkins.
Yes. It's just for the public.
Yes, for Councilwoman McBride. There will be a 3-minute limit to the public comment. The first person is Mr. Hallett. Mr. Hallett, go right ahead.
Thank you, Council President. This is Maurice Hallett, 1911 Smokehouse, 11 West Front Street. I spoke at Council early April about the upcoming ABC renewals, which we are 14 days away from being able to have that approved by you guys at the next meeting. So that's critically important because I think ABC...
We're working on it.
Okay.
We're working on it. Mm-hmm. We'll be on time. We'll be on scheduled time. All righty. Thank you.
Okay. So for the other, I'm not done.
Oh, I apologize.
Can I please continue? So for my other ABC people that are online, just make sure that you have all your stuff ready so that we can all get this approved. The second thing I wanted to bring up is one of my first jobs at Ewing Township under the former Mayor Bridges was I helped demolish houses. So I put together a program at 25 years old with the city attorney where we demolished houses. We demolished 6 out of the 7 that we had planned. We didn't have $11 million to do it. We did it with township employees, and we applied the funds that we used to the homeowners' taxes. So I don't understand why, as a city that had $11 million, why we can't get houses demolished at a cheaper rate. Just wanted to mention that Ewing, so they can go back and look and see the program. And like I said, I came up with that as a 25-year-old. That is all.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. Next person, Mr. Howard, take your hand down once you are spoken, please, sir. Councilwoman Vaughn, the next person.
Trenton Business.
Go right ahead, Trenton Business.
Okay, thanks. My name is Ms. Chowdhury. I wanted to just speak to the resolution that was passed for licensing of the police. I think that despite it being an overdue measure, it is such an essential, critical measure. It's a relief to me to see Trenton take some of the reins from the police. After they have demonstrably failed in, multiple directions. I think that the police are one of the most unregulated professions or jobs, rather, that I've ever seen. And it always surprises me that a group is allowed to, have that kind of control and impact with virtually no training, no licensing, the most minimal of prerequisites. They're just a completely unregulated field. My electrician had gone to more school than any of the policemen I dealt with. My renters all have paraprofessional licenses and recently got some additional licenses. All of them have had to go to more school, more training, than police. So I think that, you know, this licensing issue is just so essential, and I'm actually really excited and relieved that it passed with such support. I think that oversight, there's no oversight of the police. This is critical. These licenses need to be reviewed periodically, which was addressed. The main problem in policing, besides its questionable and, you know, often racist roots, is that they function with absolutely no accountability. And it's ironic
your time is up.
because
your time is up, Ms. Godfrey.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you. And put your hand down, Ms. Godfrey. Go right ahead. Could you give me a show of hands? Councilwoman Vaughn, could you give me a show of hands?
Carrie Wright. Miss Carrie Wright.
Hi, thank you, Council. I appreciate your time this evening. I did just want to chime in on the continuing issues with allowing Trenton Animals Rock to take care of the shelter. Just since the beginning of April alone, they have saved over 57 dogs. This is something that needs to be done. The, you know, volunteers who work there really do care about the animals in the city. And not only is it just humans that are citizens, it is the animals as well. I really think that there is a lot of support for TAR to be in the shelter to help as many of these pets as we can. I mean, the kill rate was almost 50% when the city was taking it over, which is unacceptable. Not only does it benefit the animal, it benefits the elderly, the disabled, the families that do adopt these animals, and it does lead to a better quality of life. Studies have shown with pets that you live longer, have less stress, and it's just a better environment. So I really would appreciate, I've emailed you folks before and I haven't received any response. This is a major issue to many people, and I do appreciate your time, you know, hearing this issue. Thank you.
Next person, Councilwoman Vaughn.
I don't see any other hands, at least not on my screen.
Is there anyone on the phone?
I see two hands.
Hello?
I see two hands, Council President. I see Cherie Durrett and Mike Ranallo.
Okay, right. Mr. Ronaldo and then Mrs. Durrett. Mr. Ronaldo?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Thank you. Speaking to TAR, I want to expand on the previous commenter that indicated we pulled 57 dogs from the shelter since April 1st. A comment was made that we're a cash cow and that we get the cream of the crop from the shelter, and that is hardly true. That one particular dog cost us $15,000 in medical care, and it still died a week later. Secondly, I'll be requesting the names of all the other volunteers and rescues that are supposedly clamoring to get in and work with the shelter, as was stated earlier in the meeting. Thirdly, I'd like to state that, of course, TAR came in with a cost. We replied, and we were the only one twice to an RFP put out by the city. The F in RFP does not mean free. And I also want to state that I think it was extremely rude to allow a commenter earlier in the meeting to attack an individual and an organization in a clear breach of meeting protocol and prevent a secondary commenter from addressing the nonsense from the initial commenter. Thank you very much for your time. Have a good evening, everyone.
The next person is Ms. Garrett.
Yes, thank you, Council President and Council Body. 3 minutes, I'm going to go real quick. In regards to 22-242, it's about time that the first time the no confident resolution should have been passed. In regards to the comments about TAR, I think the TAR will be very effective in petitioning the IRS for people who are animal lovers and people who have animals to be able to claim your pets. Okay, and I think that will stop the abandonment and the kill shelter, because people will adopt pets and keep their pets and take care of their pets that they can claim on the income tax and write off their medical bills. I just also want to comment on the city real quick. Where are we at? There was a resolution 21565. It was a resolution to authorize temporary utility fund appropriations prior to the final adoption of the calendar year 2022 municipal utility budget, and that was 12.7 million. I also want to comment on the resolution making temporary current fund budget appropriations prior to the final adoption of the current year 2022 municipal budget of the city. That was $50.1 million. Why weren't those interests and those debt or those bonds paid out from that $50 million that from that resolution that was passed in 21567? And where's the other one? And then there was another one, 22189, the resolution authorized emergency appropriations for calendar year 2022 temporary utility budget of the city of Trenton. For the water, that was $19.3 billion, and the sewer utility was $3.3 million. So I don't understand why this stuff is on here. Let me get down to what else I was going to say. Oh, in regards to the demolition, if we pick one contractor, a demo contractor, to do all the demoing, that will bring down the cost. That will bring down the cost to the rate of $17,000 to $20,000. I don't think we negotiate. Each time you go out and you bid on various properties for different companies to demo, the price goes up. Find one company that's willing to demo, a responsible bidder, reasonable to knock down all the properties. And if you have 10 properties in one location, it should not cost $35,000 whether they're connected. And if they're connected and all 10 houses are connected and they knock down, it still should cost you at least $10,000 per property. Okay, it's been done before. Let me see. I think that is it. I just wanted to mention that. And great meeting. And that's it. Thank you for your time. Oh, and one more thing. And the business administrator, I thought that the $10 million for the capital city aid was pulled because of the whole MOU thing. So why is that in the budget as revenue? Thank you.
The next person, Councilwoman Vaughn, do you see the individual with the hand up or on the phone?
I don't see anybody.
No.
All righty, seeing no hands or hearing no phone call-ins, I would like to move to close the public comment and take it right into executive session. Unless you guys want to do your civic comment first. You want to do your civic comment? We'll do civic comments.
Yeah, I say do civic comments.
All righty. Councilwoman Vaughn, you may start with the civic comment. I mean, yeah, Vaughn, you're not on the, no, Vaughn, you're not on the end. I have to start with Ms. Wilkins. I apologize. I'm looking at the arrangement on the camera. I apologize.
Okay, I will be brief. Thank you. Thank you all for coming, participating in our council meeting, doing your civic duty. The one thing that I did want to mention this evening is that we had made national news. It was on the news about the Kingsbury apartments. I know that we've been here before, but I just wanted to know what is the plan with regards to Kingsbury in terms of the residents, in terms of the city petitioning, getting assistance for Kingsbury. You know, I've been, there's several people that have reached out with regards to the Kingsbury Square or Kingsbury apartment buildings. And they want to know, I know a couple of residents that live there. Their concern is, you know, it just, whatever they're doing, I guess, as the company that owns it, the private company that owns it, it's not working. these people need assistance, and they need assistance bad. I don't know. I guess the city can petition the state to get assistance for these people, start to come up with a plan to do a mass relocation of these people. I mean, we've done it before within the city of Trenton through the housing projects. This is something that we really, really have to look into. The people are suffering there, you know, and they're suffering daily. I wanted to make mention of that. And also I wanted to make mention, I noticed that the construction, rehabilitation of parks is going on, the various buildings, the dugouts, the nets are going up. The city is, thank God that these things are happening. We put out the first tranche of the ARPA funds for these things to start to take place. It could have happened sooner, but I have to say the end result of what I've been seeing, and I've been riding around the city, it looks really, really nice. The quality of the contractors is showing. I just wanted to give that the accolade to the Department of Recreation. I know that they are they have the actual project manager, but I know that the department does oversee what's going on also. The buildings and the dugouts, the parks there are starting to get some leeway. We have a ways to go. I'm not saying, oh, we've arrived. We have a ways to go, and I'm hoping that things could be done a little more quicker with consistency, like, you know, within days or weeks, for depending upon the type of project that it is that needs to go on. I also wanted to state that I believe it was last Friday, or maybe the Friday before last, that there was a structure that was in danger on East State Street. And it seemed like it was a domino effect that weekend, because structures were, you know, things were happening all over the place. Something happened in the South Ward, something happened in the East Ward also, most recently this week. But I wanted to state that when I went out to the East State Street emergency with the building, I actually saw for myself. I saw the pictures. When I had traveled throughout the week, once the emergency was set to take place and the demo company, I believe it was IBN, I mean, you know, I have to actually give reference to that too. IBN had the large water tank. It looked like one of those type of army tanks. They were out there. They were demoing the project. They were watering down. I believe that my colleague, Councilwoman Vaughn, she speaks much about that, much about how the residents have to be considered. You know, you just can't demo, leave things dusty, destroy properties and things of that nature. I have to say they've done a good job, but I also wanted to state they have not finished yet. It has been a week. I don't know if this project is a little more detailed, but I have been riding by, taking a look at it, seeing the progress, and things are starting to progress slowly. They're progressing within the city, but they are slowly. I just want to see more consistency, but I must give accolades to say when those that are doing a good job, they're doing a good job. I want to thank the residents for coming on the line this evening and for being patient, with us as we go through the docket and, all of the information that had to be presented tonight. Thank you so much. Everyone have a great evening.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Yes. Well, I'm just going to have to respectfully disagree with Councilwoman Wilkins about these contractors coming to the city doing a good job. The Lucas Contracting Company, awful. They tore up, they just bulldozed, they use a backhoe on down all of Stuyvesant Avenue when they could have used a jackhammer in certain spots, particularly in front of residents' homes. People's driveways are torn up. My property is horrible. It's just, I got dirt. All my grass beds have been destroyed. Even the front of my yard has been destroyed. And that's all up and down Stuyvesant Avenue. All the grass beds are filled with rock and soil that's not conducive to growing grass back. They haven't seeded it. Actually, I got a call from a Hiltonia resident today and saying, Robin, they need you to get them back here and seed those grass beds. But the soil they put in there is rock and stone. It's horrible. And I know in other communities, they would have used a jackhammer. And I know there are other concrete contractors that we use across the city. They do use a jackhammer when it comes to residential property. And I was not happy with Lucas Contractor at all. And that goes to show how critical we need a road inspector to provide oversight. Council, that's not our job. It's not Councilwoman Wilkins' job to go around the city to check on contractors. It's not my job to do that. That's what the Public Works Director is there for. Mr. Onateri, he knows. He was out here on Stuyvesant Avenue. It's dusty. It's dirt all over the place. Dirt all on your lawn. Dirt all on your windows. There's no. Finally, Lucas Construction finally bought their wet sweeper out, and they tried to, limit the dust. But they should have had that wet sweeper out there from day one. And it's just terrible. It's just terrible. But nonetheless, the thing that I wanted to say to Mr. Daniels about the demolition, I would like to see that report totally prioritized. And I got a lot of messages here tonight from residents asking the same thing. They agree. And the additional thing that one resident wrote today said, well, we want to know, they said they called in houses to be demoed and they get no response. So I would like to see a compilation of the list of requests coming from residents across the city. I will send the ones that I have here in the West Ward because folks are saying Mr. Daniels probably can't even produce that list. The houses that are on that list, probably none of the residents called in. So, Mr. Daniels, we want to see which residents called in and affirm that you, in fact, have taken into consideration their request. As you articulated here tonight, because right now no one's believing you. The other thing that I wanted to say is that folks are complaining, Mr. Onateri, that your department have not, it hasn't, wet sweeper. Folks are saying that the sweeper hasn't come down their street in weeks. So I don't know what issues you're having with equipment, a lack of equipment, but that's what the budget is for. You need to put in you need to ramp up your budget and ask for some equipment if you need more than one sweeper. And I just want to say the city has to move forward the budget. We cannot, as this council, just sit here and continue to pass write checks or release funding from the city and fund significant projects, six-figure projects, seven-figure projects, and we don't have a budget. It's just not prudent, and it's sad. And everyone talks about we gotta pay the workers and we gotta do this and do that, but not one person, not one director, not even the mayor, not even the business administrator, not even the council president. Even say, council president and vice president or the former vice president always say, oh, we're concerned about the budget. Silence, crickets. But they sitting here approving funding on projects that are not even critical. But we don't have a budget, a passed budget for the city. It's embarrassing. It's freaking embarrassing. Not to mention irresponsible. So I just won't be. It's just, and the dogs and the animals. All a young kid, a teenager got stabbed, and all Vice President Caldwell Wilson could talk about is the dogs over at the dog shelter. Houses, people are. We have the highest unemployment rate in Mercer County. We have the highest unemployment rate in the state, and we're up and federally as well. And we want to give jobs to people who are not non-Trentonians. We have a candidate who wants to run for city council, and he gets on this call and says, give jobs to outsiders. and Trentonians has the highest unemployment rate. So folks, we gotta care for us. We gotta care for our city. We gotta care for the people that live here. So we don't want leaders who want to come and give jobs to outsiders. If you want to lobby and advocate for leaders outside, then go run for their council. Go work over there. We don't need you here in Trenton, and let alone on our council. So that's all I have to say for now, Council President. I yield my time. Thank you.
Councilman Rodriguez.
Oh, I have no comments.
Councilman Michelle. Councilmember Michelle.
I have nothing to say at this time. Thank you. Good night.
Councilman Harrison.
First, I would like to thank Director Daniels, Mr. Donaldson from the CYO for coming out for 787 East 8th Street, building that was falling down. There was, like you said, there was one in the South Ward too. Mr. Daniels, I appreciate your hard work. You were out there. You came out there for the people. Secondly, I would like to let people know about some events that are going on. Saturday, there's a gun violence awareness day in Calwater Park, June the 4th, from noon to 3 p.m. It's Mothers Demanding Action. That's one. Two, Signal 22 is doing a fundraiser Saturday, 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. at Captain Paul's Firehouse Dogs, 2230 Princeton Pike in Lawrence. They're selling support T-shirts. Let's see. Three, they're June 11th, 9 a.m., the Battle Monument cleanup on Saturday. What's the other one? Oh, 4 is the Taste of Trenton restaurant crawl. That's next Friday, June the 11th through Sunday, June the 12th. Almost 40 different restaurants across the city. It's a wonderful event for the city. Also, the Trenton Council Civic Association with Villa Park and the Euclid Avenue Neighborhood Watch with myself and Detective Angel Turner next Wednesday, June the 15th, 6:30 p.m., Briggs Library, Greenwood and Walters. Make your block into a power block, one that the city has to reckon with. It takes just you to begin speaking for the issue on your block. Come to the meeting and get everything you need to know to start your own neighborhood association. Find out how you and your neighbors can have some influence on things. So at the end of the day, we're trying to create more civic groups throughout the city. So hopefully if there's other candidates running for all the wards at large, please come there and go out, and when you're out in the community, try to see if you can get more civic engagement so we can start more civic groups. What else was I going to say? Let's see. The budget, I'm glad to hear we're going to be working on the budget. I'm still not sure why we stopped the budget. We should have kept doing that. But at the end of the day, I'm glad we're going back to getting the budget done. And at the end of the day, we got to continue to work on moving the city forward. That's, like I said, that's what it's all about. It's about working on the issues of the city and being out there. And like I said, I appreciate all the directors. I appreciate everybody in the city for reaching out to us when they have issues that are going on. And I appreciate us moving the city forward. Thank you, everybody. And let's get ready for the executive session. Thank you.
Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes, good evening, everybody. And I want to thank everybody for coming and participating in the meeting tonight, as long as it was. I want to thank the directors for trying to help us understand.
What time is it?
Someone's on.
Excuse me? Go ahead, Councilwoman. I don't know
Okay,
who it was.
so I wanted to kind of respond to Councilwoman Wilkins about Kingsbury. It's been plagued with issues for years. And I mean, I recall Councilwoman McBride and myself being down there and trying to get a hold of the federal government and the state government to do something. But the management company that was responsible when all those problems were going on. They're no longer there. They have a new company now that's now having to deal with these issues that have been plaguing those buildings for years. I know I had the city inspector go out there when they were having the issues, because then they can contact the state inspectors. And I'm sorry, but the federal government has to step up to the plate where this building is concerned. You know, they receive lots of federal money and state money. And, you know, it shouldn't be on the backs of the city of Trenton to try and take care of that building. Also, I just wanted to say that I was very upset listening to people being chastised, people that try to talk. I mean, I think that, you know, not only should we respect one another, we should respect the public when they're speaking to us. They are taxpayers, just like I am, just like you all are. And we need to respect one another and just keep trying to move this city forward. You just can't block everything that comes before us. It'll all come out in the wash eventually, you know. So I just want to thank everybody for putting up with this. I'm happy that the marijuana legislation passed. That new building where they're going to do the medical marijuana is in my neighborhood on the corner. It's not downtown. And they're very professional. And it's a beautiful, beautiful building. And they're going to arrange for parking and pickup. So hopefully this is going to work out, and we're going to be able to reap the benefits from some of the revenue from that building. And, you know, the one thing I have to ask the administration is that when are we going to get the streets and the curbs and all of that taken care of in the North Ward? Because these streets are really bad. And then on Vine Street, we need to cut the weeds, because when you go down from Vine Street to Brunswick Avenue, the weeds get so high on the sidewalk, you can't even see the stop sign. So I would appreciate that, you know, someone from Public Works would get out there and cut down those weeds and take care of it. I mean, that's an apt name for that street, Vine Street, because that's the one street that has the highest weeds anywhere. And there are properties there that are actually falling down or propped up and they're covered in weeds. So hopefully we can start getting that done this summer and give the quality of life back to our taxpayers. And that's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. Thank all the council members, and I would like to thank all of the directors, and I would definitely like to thank the public for coming out this evening. I wanted to touch bases on a couple things this evening. One, I'd like to just say to the public, the council does not have the authority to enter into a contract. Last week, when the building on East State Street was coming, the bricks were leaning over into the other property or whatever damage that was going on, they were calling the council members. The council members has no authority to go into a contract with anyone. The only contract that we can enter into as this body is when we are acting as the redevelopment authority for redevelopment only. We don't have the authority to call any emergency contractors out. And for people to just make videos and say the council, and especially the ones that are running for office, if you don't even know what your duties are, that's where you need to start at first. It's exactly what the duties of a council person is. It is not getting contractors, emergency contractors out on any one given site. Councilwoman Vaughn said, "Why are you so angry tonight, Councilwoman McBride?" And let me tell you why. You turn on the TV and Trenton is on the news with a 2-year-old asthmatic child in the Kingsbury's having asthma attacks because there's no air. You turn on the TV and you have to learn from outside news sources that a 16-year-old child has been stabbed to death right in the East Ward of Beatty Street, I believe is in the East Ward. We don't get a call. We're not told. A baby is stabbed to death. 16 years old to me is a baby. I've had enough. You can't go anywhere and say that you're representing your own city because the first thing they want to throw up in your face isn't the FBI in your city. And the reason why is because people do not want to do what they should do. There should not be anyone over at that animal shelter that doesn't have a license or have not gotten any certification over the manager. This makes no sense at all. You have people coming in from the streets making videos in our public establishments. Makes no sense. And then let's talk about what really matters. What really matters is the fact that we have our children about to embark on one of the hottest summers. They are saying that they're afraid to go to school. They're afraid. This is a problem for me. I'm not only angry, I'm irritated, I'm frustrated, I'm all the above because we could do better. We could do better. Why are our children afraid? It just shouldn't be. They said that they were going to have some class 3 officers in the schools. We don't see any. When the children are leaving the school, there's police all over the place. But there's no security guards that are actually making a difference in their lives because they're not coming from our community. That's a problem for me. It's a problem. And as far as the budget is concerned, Councilwoman Wilkins and I have been into multiple conversations about the budget with DCA and with the administration trying to get the information. It's not as if we're not doing anything. There are so many fires to put out in this city. Every day it's a new challenge. And yes, I am frustrated because we could do better. We cannot keep allowing our city to be ran like this. On the front page of every newspaper about hundreds of hours of overtime. I don't know whether it's true or false, but what I do know is that this city is only 8 square miles. It shouldn't be happening here. It should not be happening in the borders of the city of Trenton. And then we talk about the cannabis. And I just like to express to all of the Trentonians that we are in one of the richest states in the union. They told us that it was the Board of Ed and the seniors were going to not profit so much as with money, but with the quality of life for the lottery. Look at our seniors. They told us that Atlantic City coming back would generate millions. Look at this ride through that inner city. They told us that the hotel was going to bring all kinds of businesses. Look at the hotel. They told us the Thunder Park was going to generate millions of dollars for the city. Look at the city. They said the Sun Arena was going to be the stepping stone for other businesses to come look at the city. And now, all of a sudden, cannabis is going to be this magic wand. We already have some serious issues within our borders. We shouldn't have even been considering this cannabis until we dealt with our homeless, our mentally ill, our gun violence, and our high unemployment rate. Now we're bringing on another issue. How are you going to deal with bringing that cannabis into our city without certain mechanisms already in place to deal with homelessness, mental illness, unemployment, and all the above? Look at our city, people, and you have candidates coming on, running for mayor, saying, get out of your way. Tell that to the young men that are still incarcerated for the war on drugs. No, I can't. And the reality of it is, 10 years down the road, when my grandchildren are teenagers, I don't want to see this. I don't want to see the streets. I don't want to see the boarded up houses. I don't want to see the fact that you can't go downtown in the middle of a Saturday. We have to do better. And I thank you all for coming this evening. And I'm telling you, we have some work to do, and we need to get it done. The Board of Health normally would have met on the 7th of June, but because it's the primary election, I've asked Ms. Carter to reschedule the Board of Health meeting because she has to run that primary and she cannot be in at the Board of Health meeting. So we're going to reschedule that. And on Wednesday, she'll set the dates for the actual start of the budget. And there should be 2 people with us that can get us all the information that we need from the administration in order to try to get this budget adopted. I thank you all again. I appreciate you, and I hope everyone have a blessed weekend. Ms. Penny Carter, I will make a motion to close civic comment.
Second.
All in favor?
All in favor?
All right.
Aye.
Civic comment closed. And could you read the executive session into the record, please?
Be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Trenton will hold an executive session which excludes the public, limited to consideration of items with respect to which the public may be excluded pursuant to Section B of the Open Public Meetings Act, NJSA 10:4-12. The general nature of the subjects to be discussed in said session are litigation matters, subpoenas received by the City of Trenton. The public is excluded from said meeting and further notice is dispensed with, and all in accordance with Sections 8 and 4A of the Open Public Meetings Act, and will be disclosed to the public when the confidentiality no longer exists.
So moved.
Can I have a motion?
Second.
Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson,
Yes.
Councilman Harrison,
Yes.
Councilman Michelle,
Yes.
Councilman Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaughn,
Yes.
Councilwoman Wilkins,
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes, I would like to make a statement, Ms. Penny Carter. The public, as far as the public is concerned, this meeting is over because once we go into executive session, we can close out the meeting because we won't be voting on anything. We're just going into executive session to understand what is going on in our city pertaining to all of these subpoenas. So we can close out the session from when we end the executive session. So I want to thank the public again and wish you all enjoy your weekend. Thank you.